Well, are we back? It kind of seems like we might be back. Okay. Jeez Louise. Give me my chat back. Do I need to manually reset chat? I might need to manually reset chat. Give me a quick second. Okay, I resetted the chat. Is it gonna work now? Not working? Okay, here we go. Good. Okay, we did it. Jiminy Christmas. Yes, so sorry everyone. That was because the Wimdy, it fucking Wimdy, and it made the power flicker, and it takes my router a little while to come back. Thank you, Chase. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Okay. We live in... My display chat not working on stream, or on screen? Oh, well, goodness gracious, I don't know how I can fix that. That seems like a Streamlabs problem. But I would kind of prefer not to have to close Streamlabs and start the stream a third time. That would be kind of annoying. But I'm not totally sure what else I can do with it. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Got it. Let's all do the screen chat dance. True. Yeah. All I did was I just made it invisible, and then I made it visible again in the stream elements, like, sources tab. But I went and refreshed it, like, in the back end. I force manually refreshed the stream and the chat for the whole site, or I should have at least. That was the goal. I don't know. I've not looked into it. That's a good question, though. I know that my partner has looked into getting UPSs for some of his equipment, like, because we have 3D printers, and it kind of sucks balls if you're, like, 30 hours into a 3D print, and then your power flickers. Excuse me. I figured I would try to hork down this bread. Jiminy Christmas. Sabotage. The internet and the wind. Yes, okay. Last bite, and I'm gonna grab some water. I'm so excited for this chili that I'm making, because I've made chili a few times, but I've only done it on the stovetop. This is my first time making it in the slow cooker. And because I'm making it in the slow cooker, at some point recently I bought like a bag of beans, like dry ones. What's up, Captain Nog? Yes, the Horties. Yes, re-like everyone. Theo's in the YouTube chat reminds everyone you should like the stream a second time. So there's only 3 likes right now. 6 likes, okay. Please and thank you. Appreciate. And I've never cooked with dried beans before. So I was like, well, shit, like, do you, like, literally have to soak them overnight? Or can you do something else to soften them up? Like, what do you do? So it turns out if you're cooking them in a crock pot, you can just put them in there dry. And they will, you know, take like 6. I haven't gotten a haircut. My haircut, I've had the same, I've been growing, it's been for like 2 years. But yeah, so I'm psyched about, I usually buy canned beans. I've just been trying to like, they are kidney beans. Do you not like kidney beans in your chili? I love cooking dinner. Yes. I'm trying to like come up with more things that I can prepare earlier in the day. And then, then I don't have to like cook during stream. So like on the days that I stream in the evening, I still want to be able to make dinner, but, I still want to be able to stream. And because I do such short streams, I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to go Hassan and like literally cook food while you all watch something or wait for me. So I like to use the crock pot. So yeah, we got the dry beans. I'm trying to cook different stuff, different ways. It's going to be delicious. I hope it's delicious anyway. I didn't have nearly as much chili powder as I needed, but I tried to supplement with chipotle powder and cayenne pepper and paprika and some cumin, of course. It's going to be delicious. I'm looking forward to when it starts like really stinking up in here. Probably going to be another hour or so. Tom Nook leggings. Yeah, that would be good stuff. So I hadn't posted a video to the actual channel in like 3 weeks, right? So like I've been doing the live streams and I'm behind on uploading the VODs, and then uploading the VODs to the VOD channel, but I haven't been like recording videos and then editing them and putting them up, and it also takes me kind of a long time to edit content from here and upload it to the channel as, you know, quote-unquote polished content. The last 3 videos that I've uploaded, I lost a bunch of subscribers earlier this year because of bot purges. And then, so I had been above 30,000, and then I dropped below 30,000, and then I climbed back above 30,000, and then I started posting content regularly, again, from the streams and stuff, and people do not like the direction that the content is going right now. So the actual people who are the subscribers are leaving. Understandably, but it still sucks, and it still makes me feel bad. Like, the streams are doing so phenomenally well, but my brain is still dumb and thinks that number go down means bad, you know? So, Horties, you have homework this week, if I may be so bold. It's not difficult homework, but from now to next Tuesday, I would like for you to share one of the videos with someone you know that you think would like it. I guess if you just want to tweet it out, that would be sufficient too, but I kind of mean like, I want you to like try to loop someone in. We're doing Fight Club homework right now, okay? I want you to like say, hey, in this conversation that I'm having with this turf or whatever, I'm going to post this video, like, specifically like that. And if you provide me a screenshot of you doing this, then next stream on Tuesday, like next week, after this 1 week has elapsed, you have 1 week to do this homework, I will give you your own personalized compliment on stream in front of everybody to help the channel recover. Gotta bring in more Horties. Ooh. Yes, yes, we back. Thank you. Welcome back, Holokin. Holokin, if you missed it just now, Horties have homework between now and next week. Share the video with, share one of the videos on the channel with someone. Take a screenshot of you, okay? Receive compliments. Give them a code word to comment under the video so you know we sent them. I don't need proof that they actually came over. All I need is proof that you tried, okay? I have a group of NBs at my disposal, guessing lots of them will like your content. We hope so. I was really sweating it out a little bit. Probably the Will Smith video wasn't the best to upload after the R-word video, but that's what happened. I was like, it's too timely. Like, I have to put it out now. The trans women have periods thing is gonna come out probably next. But yeah, it was. It's just not been going well. Emily in YouTube chat asks, have I ever thought about an eyebrow piercing? I have thought about an eyebrow piercing, but the thing is that they push out after a while. Like, they can, like, reject from your body, and it'll, like, work itself out of your skin, and I don't want that. I'm not sure if Natalie did a bigger video about violence specifically, but I know that Philosophy Tube has a video about that. Like, the channel Philosophy Tube, brought to you by Abigail, did a video called Violence and Protest a few months ago, which I found, like, pretty heavily influential on some of the sort of recent thoughts that I've been having. I know, me too, Technetium. I'm so glad that I am a weirdo who, like, rewatches stuff multiple times, because I had already watched some of those older videos through more than once, so I can kind of, like, remember it a little bit better. Yeah, I was happy to have the larger conversation about violence, but people, I really don't even know, like, I don't know if I had looked up the analytics for, like, when people stop watching the video. Like, what's the average view duration? I'm curious now that I'm thinking about it, because that's the thing, is, like, I'm at the beginning of the video, I'm making an argument for petty violence, really, and then toward the end I start talking about structural violence, and I think that most people click off well before you get there. But yeah, I was nervous because, like, the most recent video on my channel for a few weeks had been, like, I said the R word, you know, and I just didn't want to. I was like, I need to get this out. I need to get this, like, bumped down the list. So I'm working on that. Editing is tough. Not wanting to edit is the reason that I started streaming, and streams are arguably harder to edit. So I've created a monster. I am curious. Since published. Engagement? Not engagement. Reach? How long did people watch the video for? Yeah, minus 18 subscribers from the watch page of the most recent video. Terrible. Oh, no audience retention data available yet. Processing can take up to 2 days. Shame. Shame, shame, shame. Does it count if I sent a friend of mine the bi-lesbian video a while back? If you can dig up a screenshot of it, I will reward you. About to find a torrent. That's okay, Emily. No worries. I know, like, it's a lot of extra steps, understandably. I'm like, I want you on the website so that you can talk in the chat, but also make sure you like the stream on the YouTube page, and, you know, it's a lot that I'm demanding of my viewers. You must be this able to follow instructions in order to be a Horty. It's so demanding, jeez. I know. I'm making it work for you. It's a little give and take. We gotta work for each other a little bit. You know what's interesting is that I literally work for you. Have you ever thought about that? Like, in a much more direct way than most other entertainers. It's a cool thing to be able to consider oneself, though. That I am an entertainer. Yeah, I make money from talking to you. And not only, like, not exclusively, but it's a big part of it. Yeah. Dance, monkey, dance. Welcome to the show. This is Bo. This is his show. I like Bo Burnham. Scott Joplin plays. Ugh. I wish I were more familiar with the references. Yeah, like, I know that there's not much incentive necessarily, Decoy Duck, to, like, watch the videos after the fact, you know? Because you've already seen it if you were here at the streams or whatever. Which I guess is, like, a good reason to continue recording separate content. I do think I should go ahead and record content this week and like, title the video, you know, like, trans kids deserve to transition or something like that. Like, just be direct about it. Like, let trans kids transition and make all my arguments about why trans kids, like, deserve to be able to transition, basically. And try to alleviate fears about the potential harms and stuff, you know. Okay, I did say that I would count. You save your proofs. I'll accept them next week. Because this homework is between now and next Tuesday. And, like, on next Tuesday's stream, probably right up top, I'll go through this. I'll be like, hey, post your screenshots in, like, a specific channel in the Discord or something. And then I'll go through, you know? Homework. Well, the idea, Emily, too, of a title of a video is to, like, upset people. It's weird when you put it like that, but it is. The goal is to upset people. So you want to be like, I mean, I really, like, I should make it even more inflammatory than trans kids deserve to transition. Like, it really, that it should be like, we should put trans kids on hormones, or, like, something like that. Like, I need to, yeah. You need people to be like, excuse me, and click in. Partially because, I want that content to reach the people who are going to have a negative reaction to that, you know? Like, it doesn't matter as much if I reach a friendly audience. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm preaching to the choir, obviously, you know? Like, there is some value. I have said before that there is a lot of value in non-persuasive content. Like, I don't think that we have to be being persuasive at all times. But the purpose of making a video saying, let trans kids transition, is to appeal to the humanity, like, to use the human appeal of, like, trans kids are people, to try to convince someone emotionally that, and like, simultaneously try to assuage their fears about the facts, and hopefully be convincing. Like, that's the kind of video that I worry is not going to get very far, though. But my channel is tiny, so it's not like most of my videos are going to get very far. I just have high hopes. we should opposite of conversion therapy. Exactly, I know, right? Yeah, so Emily, the egg, these are, I crocheted these for Ostara, because, like, Easter is, like, based off of, like, pagan traditions, like, pre-Christian traditions that had to do with, like, fertility and stuff. So I made these. I'm glad that you say something about wanting one, because what I had considered doing was, like, I really like to make seasonal stuff, you know? Like, so I have, like, those, go back, stay. I have those, I have, like, flowers that I've made. I made, like, a thing of holly, like a couple holly leaves and berries for Christmas time, for Yule time, and I like doing that. And I was thinking, since I don't really need them, and they didn't, these ones especially didn't turn out the way that I wanted them to, I want to maybe, like, auction them off and then donate a percentage of the proceeds to the auction to, like, charity of some kind. That seems like something that I could potentially do. Like, selling crochet work is... Oh, no worries, Baphomet. There will be a VOD someday. It's a panel. I don't know, like, panels are not always as fun. Especially since we're not going to be arguing too much, I don't think. At least, I don't know. As the femboy on the panel, maybe I will stir shit up. I don't want people to not... I want people to like me. But yeah, so that was an idea that I had. Crochet is incredibly inefficient for, like, it's inefficient time-wise, and it's inefficient with regards to, like, how much yarn you're using. So it wouldn't make much sense for me to crochet with the intent of selling them. But I think it does work to crochet with the possibility of auctioning it off. Because at that point, it's not like I'm trying to get you to buy an object by saying, oh, the value is this. You and I are creating value to apply to the object in the charity that we're doing together. Like, I just made some stupid thing that I was going to put in a box after Ostara is over. So then you could have a cool handmade thing that someone you like created, and the passage of hands of that object is increased in, like, material and moral value by donating money. There are no crocheted items that are mass-produced, really. If it says it was handmade, then that's absolutely slave labor, but most of the stuff that you see that looks like that has a knit is just like a knit that imitates crochet, basically. I'm really bummed that someone didn't teach me how to do something more useful when I was a kid. Like, someone taught me how to crochet when I was, like, 12. Or maybe even younger. I can't knit to save my life. Like, well, someone showed me how to crochet, but I had to teach myself. I tried to teach myself how to knit, and it was way too tight, and I don't know how to do it. Maybe I was, like, doing it with WikiHow, though, before, so maybe if I just, like, looked up a video, it would be easier. Yeah, I don't know. I think crochet is, I don't know. I feel like it's easier, but that might just be because I was taught how to do it when I was younger. People taught me the most inefficient way how to do shit. They taught me how to crochet, and someone else taught me how to embroider, but they taught me how to do the back stitch, which just, like, again, wastes a lot of thread. Yeah, aren't there knitting needles that have a crochet end, like a crochet hook end, but then on the butt it's like a, you know, it's still got that, like, stop point. See you later, Holkin. Is it called the butt? Is it called the butt? That thing on the end of your, No, it's okay. It's no worries. I am reading an uncensored chat, so you don't have to have any concerns. One thing that I'm really looking forward to is you all getting to be friendly with one another. Like, I look forward to, like, booting up stream and you all are not only saying hi to me, but, like, saying hi to each other. Which I know some of you are already, like, friends from other... Some of you are already friends from other communities. Like, if you're... Some of you are imps, and some of you are Voshites. But... Yeah, I know. It'll just take a little bit of time to, like, start recognizing each other's usernames. Being like, oh, these are the regulars. These are the people who are hanging out on a regular basis. Stream has now finally recovered from the power outage. Jesus. We're finally back up. That's awesome, Tabaxi. Yes, welcome, Captain Nog. The truly oppressed amongst us, the Vimps. Oh, I know. Vimp is specifically a word for your crossover group, right? Yeah, Endless Wonder, that is one of the nice things about crochet is that your work is pretty stiff. So it holds its shape pretty well. Yeah, Theos. Quilting, embroidering, and sewing can be useful, but not very cost-effective compared to other things. Most people don't want to buy a $300 quilt. Yep. And, like, the commodification where a lot of these things are being done by machine is pretty obnoxious. Ooh, I need to change the setting in Discord before I forget. I need to turn on press to talk. There we go. That way... I'm going to try to do a little bit better this time with talking to you all. Because I don't know if any of you all here saw the last panel that I was on. It was like more than a month ago. With like Ashley Jubilee was there. Goddammit Malcolm hosted it. His name is Alec. Oh gosh. Alec Gunter is his name on Discord. So he's the one who's hosting. And then there's going to be like 6 people on it, aside from him. Emily, are you in the Discord server? If you click the link up here... Okay, good. If anybody here isn't already in my Discord server, there's a link up here on the website, or in the description if you're on the YouTube video. Yes, join the Discord. One of us. But yeah, I don't know if you all were here, but I was all like, I don't understand how streaming and talking to other people at the same time works. Like, everyone is always talking, so you have to, like, talk. You just have to, like, ignore what's happening in the panel and talk to stream sometimes, I guess. Oh my gosh. Sorry, my ear was itchy, and sometimes there's skin in there. Oh my god, okay. So we're going to be getting on pretty soon. Probably I'll join the call and I'll just mute my desktop audio. And we will keep talking to each other until the panel starts. And then, like... How does it work? When you are watching other people who are on panels, like, do they just, like, talk over the panelists when they're making commentary to their chat? Do they like turn down the audio for the other panelists? I don't know how it works, because I don't watch panels that much, and when I do, I'm not paying super close attention, TBH. I'm so glad that you all are making friends. It's good. Okay, so but when it comes to the stream volume, it's actually like pretty similar. Like I'm just gonna like, I just meant for like you all being able to hear, because I'm just gonna put on push to talk, and then so like every time I talk in the call is gonna be like I'm pressing and holding a button, so that by default if I talk it's just to you. I love that, like, for some folks, I am the, like, first streamer that they're really watching. Like, that's pretty cool. That feels weird, because I've been watching other people stream for such a long time, and, like, other people have been streaming much longer than me, so it just feels like, oh, clearly anyone who's a fan of me is, like, just already someone who watches streams, right? And while that is largely the case, it is not uniformly the case, which I just continue to find interesting. Just cleaning under my nails real quick. It's a pain. Starts with VODs, then you get the itch. True. Most people leave the volume on at a similar volume to normal, or maybe just slightly lower. Okay, that's good to know. That helps me out. I appreciate that. So I think some people are already joining in. I'm going to take a quick gander. I'm going to take a quick look, because I don't want to be too early. Because it's also difficult for me to, like, think and talk to you all and listen to them all at the same time. So if I am talking to you all, I might just, like, remove my earbud so that I can think. It's like wearing a speech jammer. Okay, let's go. Let's go! Soon, anyway. I joined Alex's Discord server in preparation for doing this, and apparently, like, almost immediately after I joined, someone DM'd him to be like, Luxander has joined the chat. So he was like, I don't know who you are, but your name precedes you. And I was like, yes. I'm like a tree. I've just been slowly spreading my roots for the past 7 years, making content. So I'm going to join I'm going to mute the desktop audio just in case, even though it seems like the other guys are muted right now. And then I will join the stream queue. And maybe, like, deafen and mute myself. There we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, Blue Spectra, you joined just in time. Yes, there's running water. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. But yes, Blue Spectra, we're going to be doing a panel talking about cis versus trans masculinity with, like, 6 other trans mask / trans dude people. I have no idea how long it's supposed to go, by the way. I know, goddammit, Malcolm has, like, he's always like, I'm gonna make sure that, like, this doesn't go longer than an hour so that you guys don't get stuck here all day. But Alec didn't present any limitations on the time on this, so we're gonna have, like, a discussion. The discussion's gonna go through like a few different specific topics, and then we're gonna do, like, some kind of, like, fun game type thing at the end. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. Can you tell that I'm, like, in a slightly more mask mode than usual today? I have my I have, like, my black hoodie. I feel like the black hoodie is just more mask than the, like the white one that I've been wearing lately. I got the blue lights. I also turned on the blue lights for when we did the Jubilee response video, because I'm like, I gotta present myself in a more respectable manner for this discussion. Me with my fucking acne. Okay. I see goddammit, Malcolm. Oh my gosh. Are we supposed to join? I think we're supposed to join now. Hold on. Jesus. Hold on. And I got undeafen.
Alright, let's do some sound checks before we get started, shall we?
Okay, that was so fucking loud. Okay. Yes, the trans guy hoodie. I need to turn this down in my ear. Okay. Okay. We're in. I'm gonna bring up the video here in a second. But I want to let everybody get ready. Super sexy. Everybody can hear me? I love you, Malcolm. Yeah, successfully infiltrated, yes. Okay, and I'm pulling up the Discord now. Getting this all in. Full screen that. Yeah, alright. Mask hoodie and femme black lip makeup fire. Oh yeah, that is like one of my favorite looks. Which emote, Chase? What does Yi look like? Because it might just be called something else. Yeah, it's just capitals. It's just capital Y-E-E. So, it might be like one of the hidden ones, but you can still type it in and use it. Yeah, there's like a category of hidden emotes, which is interesting. There's like the ones that are, you can see them available, and then there's the ones that you can see that are available that are sub only, and then there's just hidden ones. Secret emotes. Secret emotes. We're waiting on one more person to show up. It fucking Wimdy. My internet died earlier. Is anyone else talking? Oh yeah, they are. It's just pre-stream chit-chatter, so I'm letting it be private. It does kind of seem like some of these dudes might be cis, though. Like, it might actually be a cis and trans dude panel. Secret chat. Okay. Sorry on behalf of the sis. See who can clock the sissies fastest. True. I had to change the title of the stream, so it's been updated now. I don't know how long we're gonna be waiting for this, like, 7th person to show. Is Chase the sis that we're gonna put on the trolley track? I might have to get more water before we get started here. Welcome everybody in the YouTube chat, by the way. We are about to do a panel that is about trans versus cis masculinity. So I think this panel is like trans guys and cis guys, just talking about like our different experiences with masculinity. Chase, you have no idea what the Borg is? Star Trek. Star Trek The Next Generation. It's worth watching. It's super worth watching. I also didn't get the reference to the Down with Cis bus. Deep Space Nine is top tier Trek. I have not watched Deep Space Nine. God, I need 3 monitors. I haven't watched Deep Space Nine. I hear that it's really good, though. It's the one that everybody recommends. I've watched the original one and The Next Generation and Enterprise, but that was it. Strikes again. Okay, I think we're about to start, everybody. You couldn't get through Enterprise? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not great in retrospect. I worked with someone who really wanted me to watch it. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Alec just asked if everybody was content creators, and we were all like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, because we all look like it except for this one guy who's on his phone because his internet got knocked out. Based and Tumblr pilled. The over-sexualization of the Vulcan lady was very dated. Yeah, it was weird. Didn't she catch, like, a psychic STD? I think that she caught a psychic STD. I'm already doing way better today. I remember I was like, I was like waiting in the pre-chat, and I was like not talking very much last time. Wowie, I am far and away. I'm also not listening to what they're saying very much right now, though. Hey Mersh, how's it going? We're about to start this panel. Psychic STDs would be so annoying, true. We're almost ready to get started. We're so close, everybody. We're so close. They're talking about tactics for nameplates right now. I don't make nameplates, by the way. I'm sorry, everybody. If you don't know who any of these people are, like, neither do I, TBH. You gotta know for sure that it's him doing the broadcasting. That's the only way you know. So we're just gonna be talking about like cis versus trans masculinity. Maybe I'll add that. Okay, there we go.
Mask-leaning people of all shapes, sizes, colors, orientations, welcome, and also femme people in the chat, to the very first edition of Gunter Gab. I am very excited. We got we got a panel full of beautiful faces here, and I'm ready to get started. So we're gonna go around and do introductions. I'll go ahead and start. My name is Alec Gunter. I'm a leftist Twitch streamer. And when we do our introductions, we'll do our name, what we do, maybe like our jobs outside, a little bit about ourselves. And then I also want to do our favorite masculine manly activity, the biggest of manly man things to do. So, like I said, my name's Alec Gunter, leftist Twitch streamer. I started streaming about a year ago. I fell in love with it, and look where we are now, baby. 600 and still going strong. At 690, I will be doing the Catboy stream, so everybody remember that. We are 3 follows away. So, I am a nurse outside of streaming. I've been a nurse for about a little over 2 years, I think, by this point. I mainly work mental rehab, drug addiction rehab. So, it's kind of my gig outside of this this passion of mine. And then my favorite manly masculine activity is cosplay. I love cosplay. It's been a while since I've actually delved back into it, but I will be doing a cosplay this summer, and I will be playing Kratos, and I'm very excited.
Who's been your favorite so far?
I have not done very many. I've done Goku was my first one, of course, because we have to get that one out of the way. And then I did Major Armstrong from Fullmetal Alchemist. Who else? I did Avatar Aang last year. And I did the adult version, so like I shaved off the mustache and did the whole monk thing. And then who else? I feel like there's one I'm missing. I feel like there's one that I'm missing, and I can't think of it. I can't. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe all I did last year was Avatar. I don't remember. I think those are the only 3 I've done so far. But I'm doing Kratos this year, and I'm super excited. All right, so I'm going to go in the order on my screen from left to right, starting from top to bottom. So we will start with Acrobat. Sorry, I'm going off of your Discord names. You'll have to like say your Twitch name if you want.
Good sir, that is Acrobrat. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, I am. So my name's Finn. My pronouns are he, him. I'm the fantastic Mr. Fox on YouTube. Very small little YouTube creator. I mostly talk about trans things, but occasionally I deviate elsewhere. Also, if you get sounds that's there, I don't know what's going on up there, but something's happening. I am a personal trainer outside of content creation things, and my favorite masculine manly activity, I mean, I guess probably weightlifting and cuddling my dog. Does that count?
Hell yeah, you kidding me?
Is cuddling my dog, crying at like dog rescue videos, that's up there on the list as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
Very nice. All right, I'm gonna throw it over to another gay stoner.
Oh, shit, okay. Hi, I'm Alexander Jasper J. You can find me as another gay stoner. Basically
That's rough.
everywhere except for Twitter, where it's another gay stoner. Or
Hold
other.
on. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. Is he coming on in choppy for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, Luxander, I don't know if I can hear you.
I am on push to talk so that I can talk to my chat. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Let me just adjust my settings.
Oh, you came in clear just now.
Yeah, that's working.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, now you're not.
There it goes.
It's doing it again.
Yeah,
Canceled.
the
It's okay.
bandwidth is dipping on your Discord a little bit.
Do you want to take a minute to fix that and we'll move on?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll go over to Base of PJ.
Hi,
Internet
my
issues.
name is Base of PJ here at twitch.tv/Base of PJ. I'm on Twitter at 4_string fury. I am a musician originally from the Philadelphia area and a political activist in the Tampa Bay area. I'm now living in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm a stay-at-home dad for the time being until I get branched out into the new scene now that spring has sprung, so I can go find the other musicians out in the frolicking in the fields. And I would say my quote favorite masculine activity, I would say it's playing heavy music on stage, like specifically like heavy, like good brutal
That's a good
fucking
answer.
metal. You know what I mean? Like that shit's fun. Because I do a lot of other stuff. I'll go do a jazz gig and R&B, but then when you get up there and you like send energy out into a crowd and watching them fucking bounce, dude, it's like so that's me.
Oh yeah, I forgot pronouns. He, him for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. He, him. Yes, my pronouns.
That
are
was
he,
my
him.
bad. And
Oh, my camera froze. What's going on?
Acrobat, your pronouns.
My pronouns are he, him.
Okay, just making sure. All right. Luxander, we'll go to you.
Hello, I'm Luxander. My pronouns are it, its, or they, them, if you like. And I have been making content on YouTube about trans stuff since 2015 because that's when I first started testosterone. My transition has been sort of non-linear as a non-binary person, so I've been on and off, and I have pretty irregular surgery plans. And so I've been doing that for a long time, but I also talk about politics and other shit. I just started streaming on a regular basis within the last couple months, and I am actually full-time a streamer now after, like, my multiple health issues have just, like, gradually forced me out of traditional labor. So, yeah, this is my new full-time job, and it's a lot of fun, and I like it a lot. And my favorite manly activity is pulling my nose hairs out with tweezers and growing tomatoes.
Yes.
Fucking hard.
Both.
At the same time,
Both.
Absolutely, for top-tier masochism.
I'm not eating those sandwiches. All right.
Top tier tomatoes.
All right. Next, another gay stoner. How we doing?
I know, Technetium, that's what I mean. I'm like, I think that
Hey,
I've
look.
infiltrated.
Uh-oh. Now he's completely frozen.
Uh-oh.
He's been
Alexander, we're gonna have to
1984.
put you down. You're
I plugged in my Ethernet cable.
That's a little better.
So
I think we're good. I
hopefully-
think we're good.
So I'm another gay stoner, basically everywhere. My name is Alexander Jasper J. You can find me as other gay stoner on Twitter because they don't like long names. My pronouns
It's-
are he, him.
It's still a little choppy, man.
Well,
I'm sorry.
got the
I could
information
try-
now, I think.
I could try turning on my camera.
Give it a shot. We might have to do that.
Let's see if
I'm
we
so
can fix
sorry.
this.
Oh, you good?
All right.
Is it sounding a bit better?
Yeah,
Actually,
it does.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have
No,
been a
now
bandwidth
I have to
thing
move
before.
around the nameplates. Fuck.
I'm
Uh-oh.
sorry, Malcolm. I didn't
Poor
mean to cause
Malcolm.
you so much work.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut out either. It was the guy that
Dang.
reset my virtual cam.
Too much
That's
internet.
what you get
Froze.
for going above and
Emotional
beyond.
suffering.
But yeah, my name is
CIA.
Alexander Jasper J. Pronouns are he, him, and my favorite mainly activity is doing wheelies in my wheelchair and freaking out able-bodied people.
Oh my goodness. It came in a little bit clearer, but you're still robot-y.
But I heard it. Yeah, wheelchair wheelies. Let's fucking go.
Wheelchair wheelies
Such
is
a rad
fun.
thing.
All right. Let's go over to Sergeant Peppers, aka I'm so bad at names. Just go ahead and introduce yourself. You can do it.
You're good. Alexander, I'm sorry. Yesterday when we tested this on your laptop, it worked. So please don't cancel me because it did work yesterday when we practiced yesterday. So I just let you down. My bad. I'm Malcolm. Goddammit Malcolm on everything. I'm a trans guy. I use he/him pronouns. I talk about like trans political issues. I do my best not to talk about politics because it's cringe. But I talk a lot about trans stuff. I host all trans mask everything panels and all trans everything panels because I get enough cis people, you know, day to day. It's nice to just take a break every once in a while. I work in mental health. I have for the last almost 5 years.
Politics
So
is cringe.
the intersection of that and the transgenderism is just beautiful. My favorite manly activity is probably building houses, which is what I told Big Papa Fascist, which is why I'm actually a man. So it's building houses or, I don't know, like fighting wild animals with my bare hands, that kind of stuff. Shooting guns.
Why on God's earth were you talking to Big Papa Fascist?
You know, he wanted to debate about gender and trans medicalism. Something that's really weird is there's a huge uptick in cis people who think that they can be trans medicalists. So he wanted to talk about that. So it was pretty interesting. You know, I'm not a man because I don't know how to build a house. Joke's on him. I do know how to build a house. And I probably own more guns than he does, and my dick's probably bigger too. So I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but you know, it was just an interesting time.
What an assumption to make, though. By the way, like, totally. Like, okay, which, by the way, odds were he was gonna be right, and it's very funny to me that he was not, because I can't build a house, not for my
Just
life.
shooting in the dark, but none of them landed.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite thing about arguing with.
At like the broadside of a fence,
people.
no less. It's very funny.
It's pretty hilarious. I still have the VOD up on my YouTube. It's actually just a hilarious conversation. I was just laughing the whole time. He's just
I haven't
not.
watched that
He's
one
not
yet.
the
I need
smartest,
to.
so it's just really funny.
I've got
He's
to watch that.
To clarify, he is very polite and very civil in DMs. He's like the blood sports guy, so he is nice behind the scenes. But man, did he just shoot in the dark and miss every time? It was pretty funny.
I suppose. Alrighty. Who do we got left? Smite Knight. Go for it.
Hey, y'all. I am Smite Knight, he/him historian. I talk about politics, news, all sorts of stuff because they're cringe. And I do that on Twitch. And you can find me at twitch.tv/smite_knight. Aside from online stuff, I do VO work, voiceover work. So currently I'm working on a few books to get published in the nearest future. My two most masculine things I like to do. I also really like to shoot guns. I think guns are super, super neat and super fun. And I also love to cook. That's my other thing. I love cooking. Those are my two things.
I got chili in the slow cooker right now. I'm so fucking excited.
Ooh, nice.
I microwaved some pizza rolls.
No, we'll get you there, Alec. Okay, you and I will do a cooking stream sometime.
I've already done one, and I did not lift a finger. I did it with Kevin FM and literally, and Tina too, and literally they did all the work, and then I ate. I just stood there.
Someone's got to test it.
This is very funny.
You know, the cooks and the chefs are going to be biased, so you need an outside test. So
That's fair.
Yeah, you did your part.
You have to be a guinea
You know
pig.
what? You're right. And you know what? It was really good.
Yeah, to be
It was
fair,
very
I don't see Gordon Ramsay doing a whole lot of cooking, but more eating than cooking. So I think you're onto something.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Real quick, I want to check in with another gay stoner. How are we doing audio wise?
How am I doing?
It sounds like just bad internet is what it sounds like.
Yeah, you might want to DC from the call. I'll drag you back in.
I could also try my phone because it's an iPhone, so it should be better than.
Phones are cringe. Okay, the quality sucks. You'll never get it to look good. Okay.
They're very feminine. That's a very unmasculine trait, Alex.
Well, you
That's
could use
true. That's true.
No, I guess you couldn't use the camera with the phone, or the camera on your computer with the audio on your phone. You can't do that.
Yeah, try
No,
your
I
phone,
could just
Alexander.
use the camera on my phone because it's an iPhone.
Try your phone
I have
because it
other
always
lights,
sounds
so
better.
it'll be fine.
Try it. Do it.
Chili is a pretty
Will
masculine thing to
do.
cook.
I'll
Do it.
join.
I need to get some ghost chili powder, I think.
All right, we'll wait him out.
And the nameplates are going to be fucked up for a minute, so everybody just needs to relax, okay?
Just everyone calm down.
It's okay.
I like
Going
to
off
see
the rails.
Did you just tell me to
It's
I
try
like to see
ghost chili powder?
The Herstory joke in chat right
Yeah.
now. You guys are really breaking the mold.
Because I
what?
specifically want ghost
The
chili powder because I've
Herstory,
had ghost pepper before and it
joke,
tastes
right?
Versus
so
historian.
good.
Yeah,
We
I always
love-
introduce his historian.
We love a
It's really
cis
good.
king who uses neopronouns.
True.
I don't know who that is.
Bad joke. We'll try again later. Sorry, that landed poorly.
Oh, Herstory. Oh, that's so dumb.
Well, that was
Stop,
even
okay?
funnier
I'm
the
like
second-
single-mindedly trying to run a panel.
That was actually funnier than the joke itself. So those were good. Your reaction.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be your clown for tonight. It's fine.
All right.
All right. Oh yeah, I gotta pull him in, don't I? There's a thing that I do have to do.
Should we be bullying
right.
you like Malcolm's chat does him? I mean, I don't know.
How we
You
doing?
can try.
I think it should be okay.
Ooh,
Oh,
much
yeah.
better. Here, do your
Yeah.
intro again. One more time for the boys and girls and NBs.
My name's Alexander Jasper J. I go by Another Gay Stoner online or Other Gay Stoner on Twitter. And my favorite masculine activity is doing wheelchair wheelies with able-bodied people.
Excellent. Very nice. All right. I'm glad that it came through finally. It's a little bit muffled, but it's much better than it was. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So,
Did you see Malcolm's
this is
face? He was
Gunter.
like, I
Yeah,
gotta
this
change
is
the
the first
fucking face
edition of it.
nameplates again.
And tonight's focus is going to be an emphasis on the word focus. Wherever the conversation goes, we're good. I don't want to put it on the rails too hard. But the main focus is I want to kind of juxtapose the cis experience of masculinity versus the trans experience, right? I think that it's no secret that obviously we have very different lived experiences when it comes to what it means to be either a man or, if you don't identify as a man explicitly, at least what it means to take on a more masculine presence, a more masculine identity. So, I can start us off if you guys want, unless somebody else wants to do it. It's up to you guys. If anybody wants to take the reins on that. All right, I'll go for it. All right. For me personally, I didn't understand this until I was looking back, but like ever since I was a little kid, I was doing gymnastics, right? And I was doing gymnastics one day, and like, I used to only do gymnastics with girls, right? Only girls. It was all girls gymnastics. And then my parents decided, on the advice of some of the coaches, you should put your son in a boys program. He's getting pretty good. He looks like he might be competitive. You might want to consider a boys program. And they were like, okay, cool. So we switched gyms. And I go into this gym. Its name was Kids First. And I go in and I was floored. There were so many men. And by men, I mean like 16-year-olds. But back when I was like 7, it didn't make a difference. So, there were very large, muscular men there. And I looked at these men, and I was like, wow, that's what I want to be. I want to look just like that, and I want to be just like that. And I kind of knew that, like, way back then. Like, I was even, like, asking for I asked one guy for his autograph, and I didn't even know his name. I just thought that was a thing that you did for people that you thought were cool. Yeah. So,
That's adorable.
thank you.
very
I bet it made his day, though.
That is
Huh?
Yeah.
It probably made his day, though.
Oh, for sure. I remember still he was smiling super hard. So, yeah, so that's kind of what I remember. And I kept doing sports as I was growing up. I did football and everything, and I was always trying to, like, be the strongest I could be. I watched, or I didn't watch. I played Dragon Ball Z, and I loved the, the masculine elements there. And then when I got to college age, and I kind of went through a thing with my girlfriend, and then we broke up, or my ex, I should say. We broke up, and I, of course, had to get buff, because that's what you do when you break up with your girlfriend, is you lift and you get really buff. So I did that, and then I cosplayed Goku, and I met another girlfriend, and that's the end of that. No, so I got really into fitness, and I started lifting a lot and getting in shape, and I don't know, I became what I wanted to be when I was little, and that's the that's the best way that I can kind of describe it, and I love it. I love being big boy. It's very me. All right. Would anybody like to volunteer to go next, or should I bully somebody?
Voluntold is my favorite way to do that.
Voluntold.
Volunteer.
That sounds so
voluntold.
teachery.
It's yeah, it's kind of my vibe. I can go next. So I went to Catholic school. I remember when I was really little, I mostly hung out with boys. Was kind of, my vibe was hanging out with the boys, like playing football, playing tackle football, basketball, stuff like that. I didn't really give a shit about double dutch or hopscotch or anything like that. I remember we had to wear skirts or jumpers to mass because I went to Catholic school. And I was just like, fuck this, I'm not doing this. And so I would bring pants in my backpack and change into pants. And after like a year, like in first grade, they were like, fuck it, do whatever you want. Like, we're tired of arguing with you. We're tired of telling your parents. I was raised pretty much by my grandparents, and they were pretty okay with me being like a tomboy, like gender nonconforming. And because I went to Catholic school, I was able to get away with kids who didn't go to school with me, like telling them that I was a boy. And so I lived, quote unquote, as like a boy until puberty hit, just because, after puberty, it's kind of hard to pass off that you're like developing like puberty naturally, whatever you want to call it. Puberty was pretty uncomfortable for me. But I was always interested in, I don't really know how to describe it. It wasn't necessarily like masculine activities, because I don't really see like activities themselves as like masculine. Like chopping wood isn't like a masculine activity, right? It's just something that men typically do. I just always found myself in that category, regardless of like how I was categorized by other people. And I didn't know that transition was something that I was able to do until much later in life. So for a decent portion of my life, I kind of internalized that, where I thought, like, there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to accept my life. Like, I am going to be a woman. That's what I am. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing can change that. And so I kind of internalized that and was like hyper feminine for a decent portion of my life. Well, not a decent portion. I would say probably like 16 to like 18 maybe. I was pretty feminine just because I didn't know what else to do. And then getting older and going to college and seeing alternative expressions of gender. So seeing like like feminine men, men who were comfortable wearing nail polish, men who were comfortable wearing like dresses or skirts or things like that, just atypical presentations of masculinity. My family's like old school Catholic traditionalist, so I was like, oh, no way. So obviously I'm one of those people who's like, I can't cry, that's bitch made, but obviously that's not true. And meeting people my age that were able to medically transition was one of those things where I was able to just kind of like assimilate what I felt I had always been into what I am now, because I felt that I lived most of my life as a boy up until puberty. So it was nice to be able to like, it was like a circle. Like I was able to like revisit what I thought I was always supposed to be. So that's kind of my gender journey.
I feel like I should have jumped in like before Malcolm, because he basically told a lot of my story, but like way more articulate and better than I'm going to. So
Get good. All right. Get good, Benjamin.
I also went.
Don't tell me what to do.
Look, second place is fine.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take second place. It's, but it's actually, I guess I would kind of fall in the middle, like sort of between you, Alec, and just what Malcolm was saying. I grew up with a very, very similar experience, although, just kind of seeing what I wanted to be, and just sort of accepting that, like this was the role assigned to me was girlhood and womanhood. And up until puberty, I just essentially lived as a boy. I was a very, like, not saying that girls aren't physical, but I was a very physical kid. I was really into sports and stuff. And as soon as I hit puberty, and my body kind of started changing in ways that did not make sense to my very, very like boy understanding of myself, I just kind of completely detached. I decided, I was like, oh, I'm just a cerebral person. That's what that is. It's perfectly normal to live your life just sort of viewing your body as a meat avatar and not actually something that you are attached to and feel at home in. And it wasn't until I actually kind of went through my hyperfeminine phase, because I was like, look, I went through that whole not like other girls phase, and I mean, spoiler alert, it's because I'm a man, but at the time, I of course thought that, I was just like a kind of cool, sporty, masculine woman. And it wasn't until I actually embraced femininity and kind of went through that hyper feminine phase where I was like, well, I guess if this is the role I'm playing, I might as well just like lean into it and try to make it work. And in doing that, it just really amplified just how not at home in any of the things that were expected of me I actually was. I had the same experience as Malcolm, that I met trans people in university, and for me, I sort of seeing trans people who were dysphoric, I was like, oh well, I'm not miserable about my gender identity, so clearly I'm not trans. I bought into that whole like ridiculous gatekeeping idea that you have to be like this miserable to ride the transition. And I guess I eventually realized just by talking to people of like different, just different gender identities and experiences that no, there wasn't a requirement for misery, and yes, I was in fact quite trans, and well, worked out well for me in the end. So
that the misery thing is very interesting. That people like, there are people out there, and God bless them, but they define their identity by like solely by their struggles, and it's like you got to have some positivity about it. Like, I love being a dude. It's great. And I'm sure that you guys look like you like it too. So.
I love being a
Looks like
dude,
having
and
a
I
good
love
time.
being trans. That was a big part of it. Was
it's
accepting
great.
that it's trans is a perfectly good thing to be.
Absolutely. All right, who wants to go next?
Sure. I'll go. So for me, I guess masculinity was something I never really thought a ton about. It was like maybe not in this like a way I could define, right? It was just a set of expectations that I put upon myself, and it made me miserable. I had extremely low self-esteem. I grew up very like a chubby kid, and then that kind of continued until I was in middle school and even high school. I got to my biggest at about 250, and I'm 5'8", so that's pretty heavy. And I kind of hated myself, and I thought that people didn't value me, and I projected my insecurities out onto other people. And I talk about this on stream sometimes. Essentially, I was incel adjacent. Definitely like a projected like anger out onto other people. And it took me until my early 20s to actually get out of it. I lost weight, which ironically had nothing to do with me getting out of it. It was after the weight loss and after I had gotten into like pretty good shape, and then went through an arc of like hyper obsession with that I don't know, I feel like something snapped, and I realized that all of the emotions that I was putting onto myself, because like I didn't look like the type of man that I saw on TV, the type of man that I saw other people going out with, all these different like perceptions of like masculinity that didn't really fit me or apply to me, right? I realized that it was all in my head, and that gender expression and security within my own like masculinity was a journey that I needed to figure out on my own. And to be honest, I'm still figuring it out. I think that it's probably a process that I'll take with me to my grave. I don't think that it's meant to be figured out for me. But I can tell you this: realizing that all of the insecurities that I put upon myself based on like a lack of masculinity that I perceived, realizing that was all internal was the best moment of my entire life, because I could start to make positive progress in the direction towards a better, like happier, healthier lifestyle. And I'm so much happier now. I express my gender in like a multitude of ways. I break like the mold a little bit, little small ways. I'm still trying to break that, cis het kind of normalcy bringing up, right? So every now and then, I'll wear something a little bit more like feminine, right? Or I'll like paint my nails or something like that. Those are all like, those don't change, obviously my masculinity, right? But it is like pushing against my perception of masculinity to some extent. And I think that that's been incredibly helpful and very, very healthy progress. So yeah, that's what I got.
Very good. All right, who wants to go next? Yeah, I think we got three more.
I was gonna say let Stoner go because of the mic issue.
Oh yeah, I could go. I was just taking a hit off my inhaler because asthma. But yeah, growing up, I was like a middle child in a Catholic family with two brothers, and I always felt very like singled out and left out for a number of reasons. And like when I was 4 years old, people would ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I would answer a boy, and that answer never really changed. And like with both Finn and Malcolm said, hitting puberty was kind of just like hitting a wall where like you just didn't know what to do with yourself at that point. Everything just kind of felt off. And at the time, I was also a competitive swimmer, so I didn't really have the ability to like hide anything. And when I was a swimmer, I was pretty good. Like I was a power ranked swimmer every single year I was in it, which is like top 100 or top 50 in the country for your age group. And there was a point where I just became so frustrated that I just straight up quit because I couldn't deal with it anymore. And when I was like 17, I kind of like met my first trans person and finally figured out, oh shit, that's what's up. And everything just went
The light
pretty
bulb.
quick from there. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's me. Okay. And yeah, it kind of just all fell into place, and I went on testosterone, got top surgery, started feeling a lot more comfortable with myself, and I no longer feel like I have to hide my body. So like there's times now where I think back on like, oh, if I just would have transitioned when I was a kid, I could have kept on swimming.
That's really cool, that light bulb moment, the flick of the switch, you know?
Yeah.
Real quick, before I forget, sorry. I completely forgot to mention this in the intro because I'm just that good at this. So there will be, I want to try to have a Q&A panel, or a Q&A section at the end of the panel. Or rather, it'll be sandwiched in between the beginning and the end portion, because the end portion is going to be a debate. Yeah, very serious debate, I promise you. It is very serious. So in the middle, after we are done discussing, if you have any questions for any of the panelists or just a general question, you can either leave it in my chat or you can go to my Discord if you don't want it to get lost, and you can leave it in the Q&A channel that I've set up there. So I'll go ahead and link my Discord now. You can jump over to my chat and join if you want, and then towards the end of the discussion part, we'll go ahead and address those. All right. That being said, we got two more, right?
Yes.
I'll go, I guess, unless you want to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Nah, go ahead, Lux. No, you got it.
So,
the debate begins. Who's going
true.
first?
Let's go. I was a little girl child once upon a time who really didn't think about it very much. I don't really have that experience of growing up being like, I just assumed I was going to be a boy kind of thing, because I just really truly didn't think about it. I was more, well, sort of in like a abusive environment, so there was not just like a lot of like emotional space for it. And I was into my interests. I was into reading and like learning about stuff. So that was kind of my younger childhood. And then I started puberty, and it was like around that time someone I knew came out as a trans guy. And then like within like a year or two of like sum total, like starting puberty, meeting this person, and like having my own like, you know, physical and emotional development happening. Like I feel like dysphoria just hit me like a truck at age 14 or so. I first thought I was a trans man, and then I was presented with the language of like being non-binary. At the time the term was genderqueer. This was 13 years ago. So I identified as genderqueer for a very long time, up until quite recently actually. I started testosterone at like age 21, and at that time I definitely like started doing like a hardcore like overcompensating my masculinity type thing, like really trying to like study other people's body language and figure out how to like change the resonant qualities of my voice as my voice was dropping on hormones and stuff, and getting very frustrated with how slowly it was going. And it's been like a 13-year evolution of like, you know, thinking I was a trans boy, then realizing I was non-binary, and like, oh, it's okay if I just like don't transition and stay femme, and then like the dysphoria continuing, becoming like more masculine, both physically and like in my character. And then most recently, like I have just come to realize that I'm a femboy. Like this was not the object of my transition, but I have just become a femboy. Like I'm like, wow, you know, it would be really great. I have an Amazon wish list full of dresses. Like, buy me a pretty dress. So yeah, as a non-binary person, it can be kind of interesting when people are balk at that sort of behavior. They're like, whoa, like I thought you were like adjacent to a trans man. I'm like, yeah, kind of, but like, I also like to be pretty. Like, what do you think non-binary means? If you don't think that it involves like some amount of healthy, I know my camera's out, it's fine, it'll come back. Some amount of healthy like expression of femininity and masculinity. I don't know why it's been doing that. Sorry, I'm done.
I love it.
Yeah,
You're so ready for that.
Sounds like a roller coaster.
Literally.
Awesome. But what's funny to me is like, oh yeah, totally. Femboys don't exist. Neither do like drag queens or like, you know, dudes who just like to, you know, wear dresses in their free time or like put on makeup or do their nails. Like, yeah, none of that exists. You know, it's very strange behavior to when somebody's like trans mask or a trans man, like, or even the other way around, trans women, you know, who like go boy mode and people are like weirded out by it. It's like, let people live their lives. Okay. Let them do what they want.
And it's especially frustrating. Like, I don't know if any, like, obviously the other trans guys on the panel are going to know who Calvin Garrett is. I don't know if any of you cis guys know who Calvin Garrett is. He's a trans male YouTube creator who had built his platform on, like, making fun of non-binary people and, like, saying, like, oh, you have the T-slur voice, like, and shit like that. So I was one of the people that he targeted, and sort of that, like, whole, community storm, like that pressure of not only do I want to pass like so that I don't get misgendered, but like my own expression within my own community is limited. Like you had mentioned like wearing nail polish and stuff as a way of like pushing back on, you know, like your own internalized masculinity kind of things. Like how annoying it is to me that I had to take so many years to feel like it's okay for me to like wear nail polish. Like A, will I pass if I wear nail polish? And B, will people on the internet be like, raw, you're a trender? Like, oh my God, the external pressures are the worst part of gender.
Yeah, I actually wound up in a Calvin Garrett video for posting in the Trendercore hashtag on TikTok. I think Malcolm did too.
I sure did, buddy.
That was an experience. I was in that video 4 times.
I was in a Blair White video too. We're just really popular guys, Alexander, you and I.
Yeah.
For the cis guys, Calvin Garrett is basically like if trans medicalism threw up on toxic masculinity. That's kind of the vibe.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm unfortunate.
Cool vibes.
At least one of my trans chatters seems to know.
I'm
He's
aware
just
of
a
who that is.
nightmare.
Bury
That's
yourself if
unfortunate.
you don't know.
All right, I'm gonna let Base of PJ go, and then he's the last one. So if we want to open up a discussion after that, you guys feel free to. I know that we're being polite during each other's discussions or during each other's parts, so feel free to open up discussion after that.
I can't wait to cuss out Alexander and call him a transgender. I'm so ready.
Oh no.
Oof.
Malcolm.
Yeah, so very similar to Smite Night, like, and Malcolm as well. Like, I was in Catholic school. I'm much older. I'm 40. And yes, yeah, Our Lady of
brother.
Suspicious Miracles, you know. But yeah, I so for the concept of like gender roles, feminine, masculine, and so forth, they were very strictly defined with Catholic school because women wear the skirts, girls wear the skirts, and the boys wear the pants. Everyone had the sweater on the top. A lot of it too, like for
God
myself,
intended.
it was as God intended, as God. So growing up, a lot of these things were like clearly defined. Right, they were clearly laid out. I was in sports. You know, for me, like any touch of quote the feminine, if you will, like it was through art, like any type of artistic expressions or any of those things. It was, you know, men, like you said, quote chopping wood, building roads, and fixing things, and all. You know, my father was a mechanic. You know, so laying in the driveway with him, holding the flashlight, learning all the good swears as he tries to work on the family vehicles during the wintertime and shit. Like these things were very like much defined out, and it wasn't until very like within the past 3, 4, 5 years or so, like I understood that there were non-binary identities, as well as in terms of sexuality and sexual orientation, but like really understanding and hearing the stories and like seeing like, yes, these people, like where they exist in our life, it wasn't until recently. And because again, just like a lot of these things were done, and again, there was cringy moments in my 20s where you say T-slurs and shit like that. You used to listen to Opie and Anthony and crap. I'm not proud of it, not fucking proud of it, right? But it's then thankfully in the past 5 years or so, right? Like I learned from that there's, hey, these folks exist and they're struggling, especially for the bullshit from, again, what my upbringing was is this is the man, this is the woman, you got it, and the pressures that I felt with it was in terms of like, oh, you got to get the family, hurry up and get married, hurry up and get that 2.5, hurry up and get the white picket fence, hurry up and get these things going, you have to have these normative things, this, you're the man, you got to do this, you got to make the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, which ironically enough, I was in a household where my mother was the breadwinner. Like, eventually she had eclipsed my father, him being a mechanic and her getting into computers. There was a point in like the early 2000s where she clipped him, and that also kind of helped a bit of like, nah, dude, it doesn't matter. It's a teamwork thing. Like I'm in a relationship now where I'm a stay-at-home parent. She goes and makes the money. I stay home and I'm taking care of the house. Some people would sit there and be like, that's some sissy shit. And it's like, no, it needs to be done. Like that is like masculinity, if you will, like kind of quote man shit. Cause it's like, we need this for the family. We need to take care of this now. It's like, it's not a matter of like, well, does it mean I gotta put an apron on? No, just go do the laundry, man. Go take it, go pick the kid up. Like, so, I mean, that was like it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the answer to that is if I want to.
Yeah, and if it's like the color matches my eyes at least. But yeah, I think I want to sit there and say that the term like unique in a sense, but it's just like my perspective. It was one where it was like these norms were like asserted upon, but because of like the choices I made, especially like pursuing the arts and like some of the stigmas that are behind that of like, oh, it's not real work, it's kind of sissy shit, blah blah blah. And then again, just like this, like coming into the relationship that I've been in for the past year and a half or so now, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, for me, it's absolutely changed it. And I would hope definitely mature it to where it's not about big muscles. You know what I mean? It's, anybody can do a quote masculine thing, like taking care of the family, taking care of the shit around the house. Like these are adult things. I think it's a matter of like, is it adult shit, right? But that's where I'll leave it.
I really appreciate your perspective on the like stay-at-home dad thing. Like, sorry, I like having become like very recently self-employed. Like, my secondary job is to be the homemaker and like, cooking dinner, like making sure that shit is taken care of, administrative tasks are done. Like, all of that makes me feel like, yeah, like an organizer, like a protector, like a keeper of these things. It's and sometimes I do like to put on the maid apron.
Yeah, well, and to that protector point, Lux, is in terms too, is like that was like the thing, like protect the woman, protect the family, you know what I mean? Be the big stalwart big guy, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's more than just this castle doctrine shit. It's like you said, it is doing things like the laundry.
It's the stewardship, like the stewardship is a masculine role, kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
what's funny is I grew up in a conservative family, and by all measures, it should not have been. Like, my dad was the stay-at-home dad. He did realtor work, like, on the weekends, and my mom worked during the week at, well, I'm not going to disclose the company. She worked during the week, and she made enough money, right? And that kind of always persisted, where they eventually had to both work come 2008, because, fuck that year. But, until that point, like, I was... 12 at that point, so like, I mean, that's half my childhood, or more than half, unless you count me being a child now, which sometimes I do. So like, I just like, and on top of that, like, my dad was a starving artist when he was younger. Like none of it makes any, and he's still an artist, and none of it makes any sense to me, like at all. And he's like, I used to be more liberal, son, and then I grew up and became conservative. It's very, very odd, strange behavior. And he still thinks, by the way, at the ripe old age of 26, that I will also one day become conservative once more.
Me, every year that I'm alive, slide to the left.
Yep.
Oh.
He's like, just wait till you got kids, son. You'll see. You'll see.
The
Oh my
thing
God.
that I always thought was weird about, because I was also raised on like Catholic conservative values, was that even like being raised as like what would be, you know, my dad's daughter, he still like allowed me to and encouraged me to participate in like quote unquote masculine activities. And that was always kind of weird, because, you know, it was like if there was another girl who you know, did like masculine things, she was a lesbian, or, you know, insert derogatory lesbian word here. But when
Softball
I did
player.
it, yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah,
she's probably
that
gonna
shit.
drive a Subaru, you know, that kind of thing. But when I did it, it was something that was encouraged and it was something that was cool. Like me and my dad don't have like the best relationship now that he's older and I'm older. We do. But when I was younger, we did like martial arts together, and we would go shoot guns together, and, you know, we do all these things that were considered like traditionally masculine. And if in any of these activities there was like an adult woman who was doing these things, it was like, oh well, you know, she's insert derogatory word for lesbian here, you know. But it was heavily encouraged for me, and it was always confusing because my parents wanted me to be like a feminine girl, but also reinforced like masculine things that I did. It was really really weird. So like I totally vibe with what you're saying, where like it's like that contradiction of like conservative masculine values for everybody but me, you know. And I feel like that's kind of like a conservative thing. I was complaining about that earlier, where it counts for everybody else, but I'm the exception, you know. It's very interesting.
My
church
mistress
got
can
me
have an
into the
abortion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Church got me into the arts. Church was the one that put me in front of an organ and a piano and then a guitar, and then from there it just sent me off. You know what I mean? Like, and again, yet this was the same institution of like, oh, you go out there and earn for your family, you know, and all that type of shit, right? It was
I have a similar experience with church and like singing, because like my aunt was the choir director, so like me and my brothers always just joined the choir every year.
My upbringing personally it feels a little different maybe. I grew up in an immigrant household. All my family are Malaysian, and their familiar structure was very maternal, right? So women, you know, leading the household and stuff like that, even if they weren't necessarily like the full breadwinners, right? They were mostly like hyper educated, very professional, like out working women, right? Who also like led financial stuff at home, made decisions about like the house, remodels, all sorts of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So that was the kind of environment that I grew up in. And I don't know, I guess in a way, I never really thought that, like the breadwinning aspect of it had to be from one gender or another. Now in my life, right? My work, I'm starting a new career, like I mentioned, you know, VO work and stuff like that, and also Twitch. It's slow going at first, you know. You don't make a lot of money, so my partner makes most of our, you know, our income, and she's expressed to me like complete support, you know, and like I'm of course, you know, willing to get a job if the time comes and we need to get it, but for now, she's let me you know, pursue this thing, and I guess I didn't really consider that completely like a breaking the masculine mold, as just being a really good partner, you know, supporting, you know, an important person in your lives, being able to pursue their passion, things like that. And I have a goal in my mind as well to be able to give her that back when I start to make a decent amount of money. I don't know. I think it just stems from that upbringing of a very, very maternalistic household, the very, very different than maybe some other people are used to. Gender norms were a lot different compared to my friends, compared to people that I talk to. And I don't know if that's just a cultural thing or if it's just a my family thing specifically, but I don't know. I think it's interesting.
I think you're onto something with that maternalistic, more of a maternal family, because that was my family as well. Like my father was an only child. He didn't know his father. He was born out of wedlock. You know what I mean? Like he was actually kidnapped when he was 1 year old, and like, well, he was back in the 50s, a single mom, didn't go to the hospital. You went to a birthing center. Or you went to the nunnery, all right? Like that's what happened. So she went down. My grandmother went to Florida and to a birthing center, and the birthing center lied and said my father died in childbirth, and he was abducted into a black market kidnapping ring, right? And they found him a year later in Garden City, Kansas. Yeah, because she went home after 6 months. She said to her sister Carolina, like, Paul's not dead. He's not dead. And they went and fucking found his ass. She just felt that her son was still in the world. And found him 6 months after that point, and he came home and had 2 birthdays that year, basically.
That's wild.
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah,
wild.
and it was my father and my grandmother that just them. It was just them two. You know what I mean? And like she raised him to be an incredible fucking dude, and he raised me. But it was we always had that because my grandmother raised me part time. My mom, like you said, was making a lot of the decisions. She came from a family where it was mostly daughters and one brother, right? So there was we definitely did have more of that maternal than the paternal, the father, like maybe like some other family, like, oh, dad signs the checks, dad does the bills, dad does,
Mm-hmm.
That story is wow. I don't have anything like to contribute. Just like I'm like
sorry to Stunlock. Yeah, I was
no. Like that's a wild story.
To think I wouldn't be here if my grandmother just didn't. She passed away in 08, but if she didn't just get it in her head one day, like, nah, he ain't dead. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be sitting here, or at least I'd be some other iteration.
Does it ever make you think that like there's something bigger out there, like spiritually, religiously? Just out of curiosity.
I do have a spirituality, and like the Catholicism did kind of implant that a little bit, but I'm not a Catholic in that regard. You know what I mean? Like I think, I mean, it's agnostic. You know what I mean? Like, you die and then does this little shit float away? I don't fucking know. You know what I mean?
I'm the same
like,
way.
But to think that, but I think you could say it's just like there's emotional subconscious bonds that we all have, like, and it's even genetically passed on amongst us. I mean, like why we're social animals, right? You know what I mean? Like, these things are like passed on to us throughout just the same like immunizations, and immunities to old ass flus and shit. That's where I kind of leave it.
Hey,
to wrap this back around to the topic.
Oh yes.
You guys want? No. You're fine. That's a good like segue. Do you guys want to talk about masculinity and religion by any chance? Any thoughts on that? Because like growing up, you always see like marriages between man and woman and whatever, and the man's always wearing the suit and the woman's always wearing the pretty frilly white dress, and when you're like, I was a Catholic boy too, so I grew up at least until 3rd grade in Catholic school.
There's so many
where
Catholics here.
boys wore the shirts and the pants, girls wore the plaid dresses, which were ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
One reason I didn't
Unless you're doing it on purpose, like as an edgy statement, like from Hot Topic or something, I'm sorry. Those things are ugly. And even then, they're still technically ugly, but at least you're doing it on purpose. So, I don't know. Like, I just always grew up with that, like, hard line between those. And also, I went to an all-boys school in high school. So,
oh, shit.
That didn't really help either. I got to college, and I'm like, seeing girls with backpacks on, I'm like, whoa, that's freaky. Whoa, this is too much. This is too much. I was trying to go. It's funny.
I think that.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I went to a private Christian school from like 1st grade through 8th grade, and I don't know. Like, I guess like maybe there was a pretty wild juxtaposition going from a private Christian elementary and middle school to a public high school, right, in Los Angeles, right? I don't know. I guess maybe it's just because like I'm not very religious or just not very like spiritual like at all. I don't remember carrying any specific thoughts about like masculinity and femininity. looking back, like I'm sure, like if I had a little time machine or something like that, I can go back and find some pretty cringe takes, that I had about like gender and identity. But I got to be honest, for the life of me, I don't really remember them at that stage anyway. And that was probably the closest I ever got to like being religious. Can I just say it's really interesting how many of us went to a like religious school growing up.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And what else is funny about that? Think about it. What are they trying to do to schools right now?
Indirectly
Isn't that
underfund them
funny?
by letting people sue the shit out of them.
Right?
Weaponizing Karen.
It didn't work for any of us. What do you think you're going to accomplish?
You're gonna
It's very
listen to
funny.
me. Listen to me. All right, right wingers. You want to defund public schools? Send everybody to private Christian universities and all that stuff. What do you get? A bunch of leftists. All right.
Bruh, all boys
That's
school.
all you get.
Do you not think that there was something going on there?
It's a little.
Like, come on, man.
Just a little bit.
Mhm.
Hey, Smite,
You're
I
almost
zoomed in
encouraging
on
it at
you.
that point.
I'm
I
sorry.
zoomed in on you on my. I zoomed in on you in my stream when you did that. It was perfect. We got it. That is like the clip right there. It's
There
like
you go. That's clip-
what it,
stream
hey,
clip.
Jesus in Catholic school is the one that taught me the Beatitudes and why I think we need Medicare for all and decommodify food, motherfucker. Okay, that whole feed the poor. Yeah, I kind of take that shit serious, right? I kind of take that shit serious in my politics. Like. I mean, again, that's the whole meme of like, oh yeah, the Christian right, and you're not Christian, but yeah.
Y'all think Jesus was a trans man?
Oh, for sure.
I don't see any evidence to point that he wasn't.
That's true.
I mean, like,
There's no dick fossilization record.
It was
we don't know.
parthenogenesis. He was XO.
I feel like, listen, as a historian, okay, let me tell you, everybody is trans unless they specifically said they weren't. Okay, that's how it works.
True.
Yeah.
True.
That sounds
Very
sounds
true.
legit.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
they never
Jesus-
said they were cis. Come on.
Like being the whole like virgin birth thing, assuming that Mary was like an XX like cis woman, then Jesus, he wouldn't have a Y chromosome. So like Jesus was defo is like some kind of trans.
Some
biggest-
kind of trans.
I feel like the biggest lie that was ever tried to be peddled to us was that God made a version of himself on Earth, born without sex, and he was just a cis-het white dude. I feel like that's the biggest lie that we just believed.
Yeah.
To tell me that Robert Plant was running around the fucking Middle East at the time of 0 AD, get the fuck out of here. No. The singer Led Zeppelin is not coming from fucking Syria, okay? It's just not happening. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like edgy atheist, or something like that. Religion is valid, of course, if you're religious, like that's perfectly fine. I feel like among like leftists, we run the risk sometimes of alienating people who are religious. I just want to say like that's not what I'm trying to do here, right?
Riddle
It's
me
just
this,
that-
Christian man.
If everybody would please get out their Bible, we're gonna begin.
All right.
Deuteronomy.
Everybody turn to Genesis 1:20. Yes.
No,
I-
my
that
favorite
is-
is 2 Corinthians.
I don't know any. I should, but I don't. Like none. You almost
Yeah,
would
both
think
of
I
them.
was not religious.
somebody in chat
1
said
Corinthian and 2
doesn't appear anywhere in the Bible. Checkmate.
Remember all those letters that Paul wrote to the Corinthians? And then Family Guy made a joke about it, and I almost just stole it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just realized
And the
that, like,
Corinthians
Jesus...
wrote back. Go ahead.
Sorry, totally jumped in there, but no, I just realized that like regardless of whether or not Jesus was blah blah blah. Let me try that again. Regardless of whether or not Jesus was trans, canonically he was definitely asexual. So he was at the very least queer.
That's well, he was a volcel. We don't know that he was asexual.
I
But he
thought
was definitely a
Right.
volcel.
I thought that
He
it
was
was like
in-
some theory that he actually ended up with like
Oh,
like
Mary
Mary
Magdalene?
Magdalene, right?
Shit,
Like
that
it's
was
that.
Mary Magdalene, those straight
Magdalene, it was
cishet
another Mary.
fucks. Okay, clearly he had 10 other dudes following him. Come on, man.
12.
At least
12.
tell me he's bisexual.
He had a harem.
He had a
They're
polykill.
all the people
was a
to pick
polykill.
from, and you go with
No,
the
I-
woman. I
It
see
was a
how. It is.
polykill. It was a polykill.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think Ursa and I, my partner, we were talking about. It's like, you know what, that Jesus and the 12 disciples, that was like a guerrilla like rebel group, right? Like when they talking about miracles and shit like that. Like, no, he didn't just invent, you know, all these fish and loaves of bread. No, they went and liberated that shit from the Romans and fucking probably distributed. Like he was probably on like some guerrilla warfare type shit. And they just called it miracles. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he learned how to walk on water. Yeah, to go like sneak to the Roman boats and steal that shit and give it to the poor.
I want to let you know you've now implanted the idea in my mind of like Julius Caesar, right, being portrayed as like Margaret Thatcher. So that's like that's now an image in my mind.
Cursed.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. Thanks, I hate
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Thanks.
Do you think Margaret
You had
Thatcher
that thought
was
and
trans?
dragged us all down with you.
Do I think Margaret Thatcher was trans? I have no
Yeah.
idea.
What are you guys' thoughts?
On Margaret Thatcher.
But
Is
She's
that
dead.
a
Cool.
rude question?
It was very brave of her to like make her grave the first ever like universal gender neutral toilet. That was very brave of her.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah, that
I
was.
love
Yeah.
that.
We
I
salute
lost
her
the
for
first
that.
time I saw that joke. It was great.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
Maggie Thatcher still dead. Awesome. Ronald
Yeah.
Reagan still dead. Awesome.
Every time I hear
Awesome.
Margaret Thatcher's name, my
Imagine.
brain feeds me Austin Powers. Like, Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day.
You know, it'd be sick. A gay bar with as the urinals. They got the tombstones of all these historical figures. That would be sick, dude. Absolutely.
Or instead
banging.
of like men's and women's, it would be like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, and that would be the names of the bathrooms.
Put their faces on the urinal cakes.
Uh,
I like that.
but
I
like you
that.
can use either one. Like you just decide which one you want to piss on. Like it's not gendered. It's just like it's pissing
Which
on
one
the
do you
idea
hate
of
more?
gender.
Yeah, which one do you
Yeah.
hate more?
Yeah, it's got to be Reagan for me.
It's Reagan only because growing up I was an enormous Reagan simp because my dad is. My dad was a
Same,
Reagan lover,
honestly.
if you will. Like, I swear, for some reason, conservatives coom over the guy. Like, they think that he was the best thing since Jesus Christ himself. Like,
Because yeah.
some of them probably
Yeah,
think
it
he was better than Abe Lincoln, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. No, it's
I-
it's in part because he galvanized that all those religious right and the libertarians, and he had that the landslide re-election. You know what I mean? Like he was able to convert a lot of fucking blue state Democrats into becoming Reagan Democrats, and again just started like that's the thing. It's like for me, like I'm with Lux. Like for me, Reagan's the worst compared to Thatcher because we lived under Reagan. We didn't live under Thatcher, but they were basically the iterations of each other in both countries.
He
Yeah.
oversaw the genocide of my people.
Exactly. I mean, just laughing at the AIDS epidemic and just letting it be God's fucking will and all that shit. Like, fuck off, man. Like, rest in fucking piss and shit, asshole.
I tell you what, I grew up in California, right? For those of you who don't know, Reagan is from California, right? And so we have the Reagan Library, right? The Presidential Library. I went there in like 3rd or 4th grade or something like that. And looking back, it was so cringe. We had to, as kids, come up with a military decision for the historical events that happened in, I believe it was Guam, right? Where he sent in the helicopters. And so we were given like a set of information about like what was going on and told that we had to choose like what military action was best, right? And I remember as a kid being so proud that we had decided the same way that they had decided in the 1980s. And looking back, I'm like, holy shit, the level of indoctrination that was going on and the absolute like cringe that was happening related to like presidential worship, let alone with Reagan, right? Arguably one of the worst presidents, not quite of my lifetime, but at least in the era, I guess, that I've lived in. So I just
No,
looking
you're
back.
on the, you know what? You're onto something here, Smart Night, because like with the topic masculinity, like they sat there and they portray Reagan and these leaders, this great man myth, you know, of like this is a good strong leader as he goes and fucking does to Grenada on some regime change shit
Grenada,
because we
yeah.
can't cope over fucking Vietnam, right? Like
Yeah.
letting all of these people die. Like we said, Lux said the word, the stewardship, right? Like in terms, this is the masculinity that we get told. This is a good, strong man, a good man that lets how many millions of people die from AIDS and famines and all this other shit. Like that to me is like, I think really is perverse, this concept of like when we talk about masculinity, because you look at pieces of shit like that's what's held up to us. That's like, this is a good man. Be like this, and it's like, what, huh?
Yeah.
As a Canadian, like the only things that I know, like I try to learn what I can, but all I know about like Reagan is that his primary exports were like queer deaths and like anti-black racism. So like, I feel like
and trickle down. Don't forget that.
Yeah, trickle down.
Oh yes, of course.
Huge.
Can't forget
And
the classic.
Change the course of this nation.
And also, we can't forget the first generation of companies going abroad to export labor. You guys remember that? Yeah, that didn't happen until Reagan. Super great. Fun.
Which was a shock to masculinity, because the big tough guy factory jobs are leaving, right? And then there's leads, like these like culture clashes that you like, because again, everybody was given that, like most of us were given like, girls in the skirts, dudes in the pants, they go work the fucking heavy jobs, women go and work the soft jobs, like that's what we're taught for in these regards. But that is something, hopefully that gets, because you like, what did they do to Michael Dukakis? They were like, oh, this guy's weak. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's kind of, he looks weird and weak. He doesn't look like a man in that tank. And he lost an entire presidential election because of one fucking photograph.
What's funny is
he looked like a dork in a fucking Abrams.
We do not hold conservatives to the same standards anymore. I think in that regard, we need to go back, okay? If you are not at least as masculine as me, you don't get to be running for the Conservative Party. You don't, okay? You have to bench at least as much as I do. You have to have a beard at least as rugged as mine. You have to have a voice at least as deep as mine, or else you don't get to be a man running on the Conservative ticket. Okay, I think that's a good standard to hold them to. It's their standard. That's what they want. And then they have Ben fucking Shapiro shilling this shit, and Jordan Peterson crying on the camera about women wearing rouge lipstick. It's like, dude,
you don't understand
none of this
that
is your idea of masculinity.
When the stay-at-home dad stays home and he has forced to wear that apron of the chaotic oppression from the chaos feminine, and it's not right. It's sad.
Listen, forced feminization is a very valid kink.
I think
so is public humiliation.
What we need to
wait, did you say that?
I said forced fem.
Sorry, I you got it. Never mind.
I think what we need to realize is that the Republicans have transcended. All right, they've evolved beyond our mere human understanding of what is and what is not masculine, and have embraced the true ultimate masculinity, lizard man. Hence, Ted Cruz.
The Zodiac
That's
Killer.
a great point.
The Zodiac Killer.
Yes, they've transcended.
I will counter you this.
Or the same person.
Trump
You
strikes
just
me
let it
more
happen.
as an amphibian man. Like his skin is just
Like a
too
frog?
shiny. Yeah, like a frog almost.
It's a first. It's a first, like an orange frog.
Frog gender. It's crazy.
Frog gender is
Yeah,
just
but
gender
don't-
fluid.
Yeah, but, doesn't Nate? Doesn't yeah, but it does. Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't they gender fluid? Doesn't nature find a way? Isn't that what Jurassic Park told us? Right? Didn't they use the frog DNA to get the dinos going again? Is that,
I have no
The dino DNA.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the plot.
Do you think that? Do you think this is so far off base? Do you
I'm
think,
having
do you
so
think
much
the
fun, though.
conservatives? Do you think that conservatives would be down with the resurrection of dinosaurs, like for theme
No.
parks and shit?
No, definitely not.
Yes, yes. Because Ken
Ooh,
Ham
this is a
would
good
be
debate
like,
topic. Let's do it.
no, yes, I think they would, because then Ken Ham would find a way to be like, this is how we Flintstone our way into civilization, and then unfortunately they died. Or something.
I was gonna say yes
depends.
because look at their candidates.
No, it depends though, because it's like genetic engineering, where they're like, you shouldn't have like test tube babies and shit, like it's unnatural, but they're totally fine like CRISPR editing out like every fucking kind of disability or anything that they don't like, period. I think it would depend.
I
'Cause
think it
you
would
could have
start-
half of them that are like, no, this is like God. We can't play God. And then the other half are like, but how sick would it be if we got rid of autistic people and then replaced them with dinosaurs? Like it would be. That's like their argument, you know.
It would start there
I mean,
with like don't play God, and then the like people who own the thoughts of all the conservative Christians, like the corporations that like own the way that they think, like this whole Disney groomer thing, like they can just like manipulate people. So they're initially going to be against it on the like don't play God, but then these people who like have the moneyed interests who actually like want them to go to the park are going to find a way to propagandize the situation and convince all these Christians that actually it's a good thing somehow.
Come see God's creation once again.
I mean, they're so easily led, though. That's the thing, right? Like, you break down any single one of their like fundamental like beliefs, right? And they'll have like 1,012 different like inconsistencies, you know. And so I think it would depend on like the messaging, and two, how much money there was behind it, right? And like who was funding, right? Now, my biggest piece of evidence, right, is the Ark, not museum. It's not a museum. It's a theme park. And in that theme park, one of my chatters had taken a bunch of pictures when they had went with their family years and years ago. And I shit you not, one of the displays they have animatronics, right, is a gladiatorial arena with dinosaurs fighting humans. As like real history.
So what they would do is in this park, it would be Ken Ham's park, and you would be like, "Oh, come! Here are the dinosaurs that you can come pet. Here's proof that we coexisted on the planet."
That's wild.
They would train them like SeaWorld.
I lost it. Where is this at?
What if the dinosaurs were?
That's the Ark. I forget what state it's in. It's in like one of the Midwest states.
It's in like Kentucky. Yeah, the creation Ark.
I think it's in Kentucky, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's either Kentucky or Kansas or something.
It sounds right. I mean,
it's not in Kansas, so we don't claim that.
Oh. Well, what is in Kansas, though, to be fair?
A lot of really pretty hills.
I don't need hills. I got my computer.
True, I don't go outside. Fuck the wind.
I can look at the 2008 Windows Vista background. That's all the hills I need.
Fun fact, I'm literally... well, I'll say I might be allergic to grass, because I was laying down on my post-grad college's grass field because I was doing workouts out there because why not? It's beautiful out. And I was doing like body weight workouts on the grass. And when I'm done, I go home and I've got like gigantic welts on my back. Like I've been whipped. Like I came back from a sex dungeon. It was really bad. And like I from then on, I just like don't roll around in grass now. I am not a child anymore. I do manly things like roll around in
lube?
Video lube, yeah. I lube myself up and just roll around on the floor like a slug. That's what a real man does.
You just need to be pure.
I'm really glad we're back to masculine habits.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was hoping that was going to come up.
True. We've circled back around.
You know what? Like, okay, so like a masculinity and history thing, right? So like what would be considered gay activities in these times was like seen as like camaraderie way back then. You know,
like how Sam and Frodo were absolutely gay. Also, Alexander's in the queue again, just so you know.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I don't actually know if that's true. I don't actually know if it's true that they did this for camaraderie. I don't think they fucked for camaraderie. I think that's historical revisionism.
Well, I think there's also there was also the weaponizing the R word too, right? Of like using it in terms, but again, there were these. I also in terms of like dress, like masculinity in the 1700s was powdered wigs and tights
and heels,
and showing off your legs.
And you know, like, and it's just again, it's how it like to look throughout history. What was the difference? Like men did the feminine roles in like drama productions, like in Rome and so forth and so on. Even in I think Shakespearean times, right? Like even so and that was be considered that it's an actor. It's a fine established actor right there. It's a manly actor, putting the dress on, right? But then all of a sudden we get to these day and ages, and it's like, oh my God, a child wants to express their gender at school, and
I mean, it's all fear mongering, like, bullshit, essentially. Like, okay, listen, anyone like talk shit about like gender history, something like that, call them out. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, gender history is a whole entire historical field. It is vast. The idea that we've always existed, even in like the binary, right, man and woman and something like that, is just like so ahistorical and ridiculous. Right. It's going to depend heavily on like when, where you are, what culture you're talking about. You're talking about like geographic distances, right? It's so varied. And when it comes to masculinity in today's age, and we're all affected by this, it's like a lot of it is constructed through like how, and I'm going to bridge it here back to a lefty topic, how capitalism has intersected into like cultural makeup of our perceptions on masculinity, right? What it means to be masculine, what it means to be feminine, right? And then that gets weaponized, against us for marketing purposes for the most part. The biggest one I always go back to is with Edward Bernays, right, in the 1920s and then in the late 19-teens, when he convinced feminists to start smoking cigarettes because it was seen traditionally as like a masculine thing. So he convinced like an entire generation of women that smoking cigarettes was a sign of like protest. And of course, the only aim behind it is to sell more cigarettes, but we need to be able to understand like how marketing and how that kind of stuff affects our perception on like gender and gender identity and shit like that, and I think that's where conservatives are going to lose a lot.
There are probably a lot of them, Trout Dealer.
Companies more and
a lot
more
of early U.S.
are
presidents probably have
thanks to their
pictures
very
as a baby in
well-funded
dresses
R&D
because that was
departments,
just normal.
The way the country is shifting, and so they recognize that appealing to at least like minorly to, let's say, gay people even, right, and then messing with just the slightest perception on what masculinity is, right, is more profitable than going back to this like outdated kind of idea on like masculine tropes and things like that, and Republicans and right-wingers are seeing that and then saying like, oh, this is like cultural war and like some kind of lefty thing. Is like, no, my guy, it's just capitalism. It's just capitalism. It's literally the way the market works, okay? You are going to lose this because you are going up against people with a lot more money and a lot more time than you have. And so I don't know. I think it's a little funny that, they're arguing against this thing that, a lot of us as leftists understand and try to break down. But, we get to see them cry and bitch and moan about it, which is entertaining, at least.
I don't know where y'all are going to protest, but I don't go nowhere to protest my work rights without the new Ford F-150, redesigned to be the toughest, most productive F-150 ever. It's the result of marrying premium Ford tough muscle with highly tuned intelligence and breakthrough design. Which you... Never mind, I'm done.
Make sure...
I just experienced.
It's just all coming back to me.
You should play one of Gremlo's
steel backdrop.
It did sound like the Gremlo ad. Gremlo's very good at that.
Oh yeah.
Drop the Home Depot fucking theme in the background.
Yeah. And like, oh my God, Ben Shapiro going to Home Depot and buying a single plank of wood and then putting it in a plastic bag awkwardly where it doesn't even all the way fit in the plastic bag.
That's what makes you a
I'm
man.
changing my
That's a
answer at the
man right
beginning.
there.
That's my favorite manly activity.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Buying a single plank.
Buying a single plank.
Wait,
he said he was going to build a shelf, and dude didn't even buy screws
Or brackets or anything.
Nothing.
Alexander, wait,
Nothing.
you're the house builder, right?
No, that wasn't me. I trained to be an electrician.
Who was the house builder?
Oh, I built houses.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sergeant Peppers, how far do you
Yeah,
think Ben would get in building that house?
Not at all.
What?
No.
I think you lack faith. He is a man after all. I think that with a single plank of wood, you can build a solid foundation. It's the first step,
I think a
think I
lot
lack
of
inspiration.
like I saw this guy.
I'm still
he
here,
did,
by
like,
the
a
way.
parody
I
video
haven't gone anywhere.
where it was like you're a musician. How can you be gay? And he's or something like that. And he was like, have you never seen anyone play a clarinet with their butthole? It's like, do you think that like I feel like people honestly think that dudes are like building houses with their dicks and shit. It's like unless there's a penis involved in it, it's not like a male only activity. And even then there's like nuance within that with like trans women and like pre-op trans guys and all that other stuff. But in general, like the idea that women can't do X, it's like, is your dick doing it? Do your two X
talking about sword fighting? Yes. As a you know, as an exploratory young male, yes. No, I never actually did.
I mean, like,
Now,
what else
listen.
am I supposed to hammer in the nails with, right? I mean,
Right. Well,
True.
and Sarge, you know you can't properly plumb a wall without the dick holding the drop line, right?
true.
And
Like-
it's that's how you it's the proper amount of meat that handles the sway and gets that good good drop
I just
line
don't
to hit your chalk.
What a great
There's so
Yeah.
many
idea.
activities that I'm barred from. That's just not fair. It's like yelling at God.
transphobic.
I'm like
Are we all down with a porn
You
idea?
can't frame a wall because you ain't got a dick for the plumb line. Right? What?
Yeah, for those of you in the chat, right, who have never tried to break out of like your traditional like gender role expectations, stuff like that, if you don't know, a force as strong as gravity will stop you. Like, okay, manly men, try to paint your nails, okay? You'll
can't
be
do it.
repelled
You can't do
again by this invisible force. Okay? Same thing. Women building houses, sorry.
You'll just
be like,
fall apart.
like a
Many
force
people are
field,
saying this.
you know?
That's true.
Just
got-
bounces him off the fucking job site like the king of the hill in crab game. You know what I mean? Right?
I have a
I tried to
complaint.
put on a
Yeah.
dress and I like spontaneously combusted and I was able to piece myself back together like Dr. Manhattan. And now I have since then I just haven't thought about it at all. It's too scary. It's too traumatizing. It's how I know I'm actually trans and I'm not a transgender.
I want to complain about something really quick. On the subject of carpentry and building houses and shit, my granddad was a carpenter, and I think it's fucking bullshit that just on principle of being raised a girl, I was not taught any skills at all. Like practical skills that could get me a job. No one taught me how to work on a car. No one taught me how to do carpentry, even though men in my family could do those things. Like, it was just assumed that I would not be like able or interested, perhaps. And then, so for 10 years as an adult, I've struggled to find a career because we don't give young girl children like practical skills. I had to figure out as an adult how to swing a hammer.
On the flip side of that, it was assumed that I would be interested, and I very much was not. I despised it. I can't stand like maintenance work. I will say the one time that I actually hyperfixated on it was hanging up my anime posters. Okay, and that's about it.
Do you
and
have the
also I
measuring
got a
tape
really
out?
cool display over on my wall, so
There
like
you
that
go.
you can't see.
Yeah,
So,
my
that was
dad was big into construction. I say big into construction. He was a contractor for many, many years, up until the 2008 housing crash, and he still like loves to do it in his free time. Loves to work on cars, all these like very physical, useful skills that I should probably be interested in. I just don't care. I don't know. There are skills that I picked up just by being around it, right, and being like in those environments. But aside from like just the random, like someone is trying to do something, and then a memory unlocks in my brain, and I'm like, oh, I know how to do that. I have no interest in pursuing that at all. Could not care less. So I wish I was, right, but instead I like to stream on Twitch and play video games and do non useful things, right?
Oh, I
Except-
love talking for a living.
Yeah, I love talking for a living.
Oh,
That's literally-
also
that's literally what I do.
Also interesting thing that me and my brother, again, conservative family, me and my brother both became nurses, and my sister became a doctor. Now, how wild is that? That's pretty insane. And also, she's insane for becoming a doctor. Fuck that. Like, my mom wanted me to go to med school, and I literally, like, only half-assed it because I did not want to do that. Like, even nursing school was difficult, but much more up my alley, at least. It's much more hands-on. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there. Unless there are any final points to add, I want to get to the debate. It's very
All
serious.
right, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. So, here is the debate topic, all right? Now, this is something that a lot of people have been talking about. This is a very contentious issue, and I want you guys to try to remain as calm as you can when you are discussing it, all right? I'll give everybody an opening statement. I will act as the moderator this time, so I will not be taking a position. So I'll be strictly acting as the moderator, and I need everybody to remember to try to remain calm as a debate, the great debate, Andy. Oh my God, I just had his name. Dylan Burns. As he says, you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, okay? All right, so here's the topic. Alpha or Sigma? Which is the dominant archetype? I would like to throw it over to Acrobat first. Am I saying the correct name? I'm sorry. I'm going off of strictly what's on my Discord.
Oh, well, I mean, you're
I'm horrible at names.
Acrobat with an R. What?
Acrobat, I'm sorry.
I don't even know how to start.
Sorry. I didn't even see that.
It's okay. That's
doing
okay.
Really good.
Alpha or Sigma?
Yes. And if you don't know what it is, I can explain it briefly. But we're all like internet brain poisoned.
I'm gonna be. So
we are internet brain poisoned, but you know what? Give me.
Lay the terms out. Yeah, lay the
not doing too hot.
Yeah.
By the way, not doing too good so far.
The debate is falling apart.
It's very. Okay.
Very we'll start with
because you started with me. You were like, let me go for like the least spicy person in here. Let's go for this like soft little man who just. I mean, my manly
is the
thing,
resident himbo. The resident.
Like
you are a sad, strange little man. Anyway,
absolutely, yeah. My manly thing is I catch the spiders and I put them outside. If I accidentally kill one, I cry. Like you've gone for the wrong guy to start this debate.
That's pretty fucking manly, though.
Yeah, super manly. It's way harder to catch them and release them than to just kill them.
All right,
get the giant
moderator talking. Base of PJ, go.
I say Sigma is the dominant over the Alpha, despite the fact that both are, quote, equal in their approaches and positions within the society and up on the heap. It's a matter of looking at it outside of the framework, like the Alphas, Betas, Charlies, Deltas, Echoes, Foxtrots do. And looking at it where you're beyond the game. Sigmas are beyond the game, yet have the status and elevation of the Alpha. So I say Sigmas are the dominant.
All right. Very good. Let's toss it over to Luxander.
I'm going to take a strong opposing position, which is that the Alpha actually dominates someone. The Sigma goes fucks off by himself. No. The Alpha says, you do what I say.
Very good. Let's throw it over to Sergeant Peppers. Sorry, what's your Malcolm?
Right? Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, got it.
I'm just making shit up, by the way. I don't care at all.
I think it depends on the situation, because there are situations where I would want an Alpha, and there are situations where I would want a Sigma. Like, if I just got dumped, I would want a kind, empathetic Sigma male to show me the true ways of masculinity. If somebody called me a slur, I would want an Alpha male at the club with me to fucking beat the shit out of whoever said it. I think it's contextually important. If I can have the usage contextually, I can give a more definitive answer. But until then, I will be a weasel, and I will say it depends on where I am and who is needed at the time.
No
Base male archetypes. Opening statements. Smite Night.
All right. I got my hot take, okay? I don't believe in the binary superiority, okay? I don't. I'll take the ultimate approach, all right? The Alpha approach. I'm going to go to the bar in my leather jacket and my boots, okay? Being loud as shit, but also holding a jar of peanut butter filled with beer. All right? And that's the energy I bring. All right? Try to match it. All right?
Do I get my opening statement now?
Yes, you do. Go for it.
Okay, if we're talking about internet brain rot and understanding these terms, and I'm following correctly, and we had a conversation about how manliness is defined by your dick hammering abilities, I'm going to go ahead and say Omegas, because they are the most experienced in that department.
Switching it up.
Interesting. Open discussion. Go.
All right.
Sigma's dominant. All your takes suck.
I haven't heard any good arguments against me, all right? And again, Alpha, okay? I'm going to be loud and wrong. Doesn't matter. Okay.
I mean, like, all right. First off, who booked the centrist on this fucking panel right now? Okay, like,
Do not
all right,
insult
these
Mr.
fence sitters,
you.
these
'Cause that's
fucking
me.
fence sitters. Like, I'm tired of this. Like, I get dragged out of bed for these debates.
Or my
I had to
recruiter.
sit there through all that shit on fucking Sunday with Hippy Dippy, and then I got to come here and deal with more of these fence sitters.
Oh my god,
And
my face hurts.
we can't get anything established, which I already established that Sigma's already dominant. That was
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna say
just too scared, too cowardly to take these fucking stances. And this is why we have this mealy mouth shit and liberalism, right? Like, no one can sit there and just definitively say what needs to be said,
forced
and that is Sigmas are the dominant in the structure.
Hey, man. Hey, listen, okay? Listen. If we don't vote for revolution, all right, that's beta energy. I'm sorry. That's beta energy if you're not voting for revolution, okay? You got to hit them ballot boxes, all right? We got to canvass, okay, and support the DNC, all right?
What good is voting done when you just put all those alphas into place? Like, you need Sigma now, right? You need to start
That's why
thinking
you have
Sigma.
alphas.
Because you kept voting.
You have to have the aggressiveness, but also, like, fuck the system, okay? Be loud and wrong. That's my motto.
I'm gonna say alphas because alphas respect other alphas, even if they're delusional alphas. So if you have somebody like Ben Shapiro who honestly believes that he is an alpha male, a real alpha male is the only one that he will respect. So we need somebody who, like, we need like a trans alpha male who's like sensitive but like also alpha, who can be like, fuck you, I can actually build a house, you can't, pussy. And then we go from there. Like, we have to meet them on their level, you know what I'm saying? Like, aggressive behavior begets aggressive behavior. We have to speak the language that they understand.
It's like How to Train Your Dragon. We got to get the big stick and wave it around and become the alpha.
Yeah, like
take over
fire
the
with
dragons.
fire. Fire
Yeah,
with
but
fire.
again, Sigmas are just like, yeah, there's a dragon over there. I don't need to fuck with that. I'm still the shit. I'm over here.
Yeah, but
Don't
all
need
the
to
people
fuck with
that own the dragons they already have all the dragons. We need to get our own dragons to fight their dragons because
Listen,
they're not
the
listening
problem-
to us training them.
The problem, though, with the alpha energy, right? You get on these big, tough, loud people ready to go, right? And then with the alphas, okay, you've got the big, tough, loud guy who also built bamboo traps, okay? You weren't ready. You were just coming at him. You didn't even think to look at the floor. That pile of leaves, boom, trap.
Yeah, and that's how Sigmas think. That's how we think. It's like, we don't gotta train dragons.
Mhm.
We just said we got traps. We got traps. Just set a
No,
trap
but the
up.
problem with
Train a
just
dragon.
Sigma,
I'll
though,
trap a dragon. Fuck a dragon.
the problem
All right?
with just Sigma, though, is that they lay the trap and then they don't, like, bait it in. They just wait for the chaos to happen, right? They're the ultimate Joker, licking their lips and waiting. But the problem is you need that alpha energy to be able to lure people in, all right? And I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
I mean, you get bait. It's not hard to get bait. You know what I mean? I don't need to sit around luring dragons in. I mean, just put some food out. There's a goat.
Oh,
Boom.
you're just going to be
I'm thinking-
quiet?
You know,
You're just going to be quiet, baiting them in?
I'm thinking of
it's a
the
delicious
time
goat.
that the trans woman told Ben Shapiro, if you misgender me again, I'm going to kick your ass. And that
Ugh.
worked immediately. That's the energy that we need to bring. If you want to be bold and brave and loud and wrong, you must be prepared to meet that in the opposite direction. You know what I'm saying? You
I
need
ju-
that
you listen.
energy.
I will concede. You know what? I will concede because Sigmas ain't not like alphas who are driven purely by ego and pride, right? Like Sigma, we will concede on things. Like, yeah, that totally worked when she threatened him, because then straight up right then and there, it would straight up like he stopped. I haven't seen any content from him about it. Like he is completely like stopped all transgender content, right? Whereas the Sigmas, I would admit, we would just try to out content them, and that's kind of hard to do.
Sometimes you just gotta shut that shit down. Yeah. Sometimes you just need that energy to just be like, hey, fuck around and find out. You know. Sometimes it's necessary.
The Sigma, the ultimate video essayist.
Alec, you're muted.
Got to throw it over to another gay stoner. Opening statement, please.
I heard Finn's opening statement, and that was gonna be mine. So.
Oh, we got a little opening statement thief here. Okay. Well,
Nobody thinks
continue
about the
discussion then.
Omegas. Nobody thinks about the
literally-
Omegas. Like,
Omega
just
supremacy.
yeah. Because no one's paying attention to them. They have the most opportunities to rise to the top.
And yet, where are they?
Yeah.
I'm
Well, that's
hitting
exactly
you
what a
across
Sigma is.
power.
you in the heels with my wheelchair, and you don't even notice it.
That's Sigma energy. That's Sigma energy right there.
Yeah, you can come hang.
True,
I mean,
Mesh.
you do Sigma over there. I got my Sigma here.
Alpha supremacy.
I'm a Sigma ass down right. So dumb. So stupid. Thank you for that joke. Thank you for the inspiration, Base. How about you, Sigma balls? Get it?
I was
That was
actually
not- that was
timing
not
and
nearly
waiting to
as
see
good.
how long it would take before we got there.
Yeah, here we are.
I was waiting.
This is where all these debates devolve into.
That's true. It always just evolves into shit flinging, but that's what we're here for.
I mean,
Yeah.
especially with a group of guys, you know, it's gotta come to the Sugma and the Ligma sometime.
Mm-hmm.
We'll all start drawing dicks on the walls and shit.
That's like
I've
the
already got
real
8
divide.
already.
That's the real divide in gender. It's not like, do you identify as a man or a woman? That's not the binary. It's, do you draw dicks on things, or do you draw daisy flowers on things? That's
Drawing-
it.
Or
drawing-
no. You forgot
And the
about
non-binary option is the S.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
No, the non-binary option is those flowers with the weird proboscis penis thing that comes out of them. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Okay.
What if you like make a boy out of the word boy? Because like that was some shit
My
That
egg
sounds like
cracking was definitely like drawing dicks on things, but I didn't realize fully that I was a man until I was walking by Home Depot and I was just compelled to go in and buy the plank.
That's
Yep.
single
Like,
thing my
when I had the
fault.
plank in my life. That's
It
when I
beckons to you. It beckons.
Did you
to
see like Ben Shapiro and you were like, that's the guy. That's like, this is it.
Oddly enough, no, I didn't see Ben Shapiro. I think had I seen him prior to that moment, I would have like been driven away from the idea of being a man forever. But no, just the plank. It called me in.
It's like on Ed and Eddie when the dude had the plank. I was like, for whatever reason, this fucking speaks
Yes.
to me. I don't know what it is. It's something about it. That's what.
Come
it
Can
was.
we all,
Well,
can we all recognize
Ed-
that we all...
No,
Ed,
even with
true
Rose.
Sigma. That whole crew, true Sigmas. True Sigmas. They did everything outside. They were dominant, and they ran that town, and they did it their own way. They didn't have to worry about a structure or a hierarchy. They got their giant jawbreakers. They were able,
An anarchist
true Sigma.
paradise.
Yeah.
I'd say
true
Eddie was
Sigmas.
pretty beta. I'm just gonna take that position. I'd say Eddie was pretty.
I mean, there's
beta.
a
He
structure
was-
within their structure, but they're off. You know what I mean? Like that's a substructure of a substructure. That, you know, we're talking about. You know what I mean? But like as a crew, Sigmas.
I don't know. I always thought of themselves as like cringe capitalists, you know, trying to always get that money by any means necessary.
It's called a Sigma grind set. You wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
God damn.
It's true.
It's hustle grind. Like who do you think is? You think Alpha's built this shit? Nah. They run around trying to chase tail the whole time. Sigma grind set is what built this fucking country. You understand?
Alpha's out here getting that tail though.
I have a better debate. Tits or ass, or balls, if that's what.
Oh, are you overtaking this? That's actually a
am.
very good question.
Oh,
I actually
wow.
considered
You know
that
what? That's
question, but I was like, I don't know if everybody here is like into. I don't know. Anyway, we'll do it.
Tits, ass, or balls? The three genders.
Okay, yeah, there you
Why
go.
would you pick balls of all things?
I don't know.
I don't know,
Balls is
but
the worst
some
option.
really have a fixation on them, and it's very odd. They're just like wrinkly, and I
Would
just
you
don't
prefer
like that.
shaft? Is shaft better?
I mean,
It's literally better. Yes, it's not.
Weird,
I-
yeah, weirdly, yes.
Half is a better option than balls. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Tits, ass, or shaft?
I'm gonna say tits. Because like
Yeah,
tits on
yeah,
every
man.
gender, whether they're like tits that have developed or pecs or like a perfectly tailored top surgery chest. Like I just really like the titties. Yeah. Like
Okay.
Amen.
Tit-
Amen.
Doesn't matter-
tits are
doesn't matter the
base.
gender.
Tits are base. But you know
I know
what?
it-
I gotta be honest here. Ass.
Same.
Ass all the way.
Well, I'm a moderator, but same.
My
Same. I have no opinion, but also same.
that connection
like
point
it's
between the
like-
ass and the thigh, you know, that's where it is.
Ooh, good point.
Ooh,
Good point.
yeah.
Crevasse.
God,
Same.
miss me with that.
I
Oh my
just-
god, it's so
It's a
good.
nice place to rest your head. Like it's just that's where you go to sleep. You know, that's comfy.
You remind me of the dual Grand Canyons, man. Oh, so good.
Does anybody vote shaft? Anybody?
Oh.
Anyone here in a dick? Come on.
I mean,
Don't be shy.
sure. I mean,
But
like,
that reminds me of that
absent of
joke.
context, man.
That reminds me of that joke.
Just a floating dick.
You guys remember the joke that was like a dad is talking to his 3 kids, and like as they grow up, he's got like 2 sons and a daughter, and or no, it's what is it? Oh yeah, he's got 2 daughters and a son. Sorry, I'm fucking up the joke. He's got 2 daughters and a son, and the first daughter grows up and she's like, "Dad, I think I'm lesbian." And he says, "Oh, okay." And then the second daughter grows up and she says, "Dad, I think like my sister, I'm also a lesbian." And he says, "Doesn't anybody in this family like dick?"
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Good joke.
I got one of those things that my was just holding up too.
The thing is that
Paparino?
cis men don't know how to take dick
No,
pics that are
a rat.
artistic, you know? I can appreciate a dick pic, but if it's artistic,
A rat.
you know?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also very cute.
He's so good. His name's Dexter.
I've recently discovered like a group of people. There's like a whole rat community on Twitter. It is interesting. They're like very into rats, which, you know, all things considered, rats are adorable. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's just like a cult following almost. Like y'all love rats. That's crazy.
It's fucking great.
The great
like
debate in the
dog.
trans community is the reptile trans versus the rodent trans. Those are
Oh,
the,
yeah.
rodents.
that's the
Clearly
major
rodents.
divide in the
That's not all
community.
the way.
I'm agender.
What do the agenders
Hey.
have?
Hey,
Oh,
as
I was
one of my
making a
chatters
joke.
Just said,
Okay.
I was gonna say it's just one of my chatters said real fast. Stoner brought us a celebrity to this panel. Like, who would have thought Pete Buttigieg was going to be showing up tonight?
Wait, what?
The rat.
The rat.
Oh,
I
man,
gotta
I'm
get
not
better
getting
than
the
that
jokes today. My brain's not on it.
It's like if you have to choose between reptiles and rats, I'm agender because I don't understand the purpose of having either kind of animals, especially rats. Like I love them, they're cute, but like I am so distraught at the like death period of time with my cats, you know? Like like 11 plus years with a cat, but like 5 maximum with a rat. Like I can't sign up for that much heartbreak.
Yeah, I rescue rats too, so like I don't have them for their whole lives. So it does get kind of hard, but like they need someplace, and I love them.
I could see rescuing and
good.
fostering being way easier with rats than with other animals,
Mhm.
like emotionally.
I used to have rats, but that's the only reason that I don't have rats anymore. Is I mean, well, one, I travel around a lot, and that makes it really difficult. But like, I can't with the lifespan. I get nope, can't do it. As far as I'm concerned, my dog is just going to live forever. I do not acknowledge the fact that he has like a finite lifespan. I just
I mean,
don't think
so do
about
you
it.
though. Not to make it
Yeah, but
too deep and
well,
scary, but
he's at least going to live as long as I live. Like we're going out together.
Right.
we're getting
That's really
super
ominous now that I say that out loud.
One of my
You're gonna take him out.
One of my rats is actually 3 years old, and I'm kind of convinced she's immortal. Like she's just holding on. There's
You
no
just little
reason for it, but she's holding on.
You know, this is all very sad and everything, but you know, I had a goldfish once, and I'm sorry, Goldie. I'm sorry. You made it a good long 3 weeks. Oh boy.
That's
mine
pretty
is what
good.
I had.
Good job.
You know what? Here's like, all right, like on a serious like turn like circle back, right? Like pets and masculinity, like man's best friend, and that shit, right? Certain
Guys who have
breeds
cats are
though.
weak.
Yeah,
babies.
but also the little poodles.
Yeah, they
the
can't be too small.
Chihuahua. Yeah, you can't have these small dogs or whatever. Or if you got like you do something with rats, it's like you're weird or what have you. Like again, it's funny how all of these things are just so pervasive. And like I guess like you know to like Alec, he can definitely attest to this, like because of his background and whatnot. Like, but the aspect of just like the band-aids are all ripped off, right? Trans folks, other identities, they're here. It's all here. You know what I mean? Like the concepts masculinity, femininity, masculinity, it's all changing, and it's just like it's all clashing, unfortunately. And there's motherfuckers in power that are getting into power, you know, on the reactionaryism of it. You know?
I will
See, I
say
could-
fuck birds and fuck anyone who owns birds. I will say that. proudly.
True.
Don't let Mo hear that shit.
Fuck
Mo will
birds. They're
fight.
so mean. Fuck
Mo's
birds.
gonna curb something.
Mo doesn't keep birds though. They can stay outside.
Yes.
I like
Um,
birds.
No, hey, that's a threat, and I'm gonna make a fucking 20-minute YouTube video about it.
Ace, what did you say about my background? I'm sorry.
like coming from the conservative background, right? And the things that you were, like again, like the norms that were established to you, and then when you went and hit college, and kind of like, oh, meeting these other people, like the origin story in a sense, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
The lore. Uh, yeah. Like my girlfriend was like liberal, so the big thing was abortion. The real big thing in my, and still is still abortion. Like you will never get them to budge on that. And when my girlfriend managed to move me over on that, it was all downhill from there. So, or my ex, I should say, and then my current girlfriend.
But does anybody like remember? Because obviously I can sit there like there was a time. I'll put it this way: there was a time where gay was a punchline.
Yeah,
and it probably still is. Right, but it was over so much, especially like I said, I mentioned that Opie and Anthony, that 2000s era shock jock scene, if you will, right? Dane Cooks and all that type of stuff.
Bubba the Love Sponge, I think you mean.
Yeah, who's actually on here in Charleston. Like I thought that dude was done, but like one station found his ass here. He's not even. He's like broadcasting from Florida, but he doesn't even broadcast to Florida. It's fucking hilarious. But you know, good. I mean, this shit sucks. But again, like gay is a punchline, and just that whole thought of like, you saw juxtapositions in like culture and even Hollywood, supposed liberal Hollywood, of like, let's show the big muscle guy with the little poodle dog. Ah, that's funny. That's funny, right? Like the big tough guy with this little, you know what I mean? Like there was, again, I think it was maybe the. Well, you can't say, because they still use gay as a punchline now, using trans as a punchline and all these other things, right? It just morphs, right? Like. But it was just, there was a time where that was just so established, like what type of fucking pet you had, you know what I mean? Was sitting there still, oh, you're not, look at this fruit, you know what I mean? Like it's so weird. It's just so weird.
I think it really reveals how fragile masculinity is. Sorry, just like that's all I was really gonna say. Like that, it takes such a small deviation from it to be considered not a man anymore. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
And like they would take like well-established actors who were, you know, known for like action hero stuff. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger did like a fairy role way back in the day, right? Where he was like literally
he
like
was
wearing
pregnant
like, and stuff.
He did a movie where he was pregnant.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, he was. Oh God, it was like Mr. Mom or something like that. Like he got genetic, like they changed up and did some experiment where he was the first pregnant man, or some shit like that.
I feel like I must have seen that.
Yes, the first one ever.
There's tons of those. There's
Never
tons of those.
was there ever another pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, there's tons of those types of movies, you know, and it all comes down to just this idea that, you know, masculinity, right, is so fragile. This like complete tough thing, you deviate from it slightly and it becomes like comedic, you know. Or how like think about like how people are portrayed like in like theatrical like comedies, right? A common trope for like theater performances is if you have a male and a female lead, right, who are love interests, right? It's comedic to have the man shorter than the female character, right? And like that's like a really small, simple way where we think of how like it goes beyond just a set of behavioral expectations and now onto like physical expectations, right? Men are supposed to be taller than women, right? Even though that doesn't really seem to be the case about like maybe 40% of the time, which is a huge chunk of the population. You know, it's really strange to me that we simultaneously hold up this idea of masculinity, this ideal pinnacle, never be moved from your position kind of thing, but also with these really weird, arbitrary things that people probably, one, can't change about themselves, or two, if they did, they'd be fucking miserable, right? There's like the common, like, I know it's a joke, right? But like the SpongeBob episode where he's like,
I thought it was Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Tough
Thank
guy,
you for
Jim, you gotta drink your
Junior.
milk with nails, right, or something like that.
You gotta be the baddest of the bad.
Yeah, and but that's a joke, obviously, but it's still like this idea of masculinity is like suffering in silence, you know, and
that's,
you know, you know what, if I can shift the conversation just a bit to a little bit more of a serious topic, right? Yeah. One of the things that I think is really unfortunate for men, right?
we don't really give each other any kind of compliment or positive feedback in the large term.
No homo.
We hold every single little compliment we've ever gotten in like a vault, you know, in our brains to go back on and be like, yeah, that felt really good when that person, you know, said that really nice thing about me. And, you know, it shouldn't be like that. We should really normalize, you know, complimenting each other, right? And also just complimenting like men in general for like their good qualities, because we just don't do that, right? And it fosters this, or rather probably just acts upon like a negative self-image that we already have, you know, about ourselves. So I don't know. That's not to be completely like, you know, downer from the fun conversation.
No, you're great.
No, that was something I was going to bring up rather about the pet thing. Is that yeah, there's all of these, you know, like toxic masculine things tied up in like pet ownership, and you know, like, is the pet manly enough for you to care about it? Like, do you have a German Shepherd or do you have a Pekingese? Like, that's definitely a thing. But what gets me about the pet thing is that it's like one of the only relationships that, like, you know, is popularized, like, oh, a boy and his dog, a man and his dog, like man's best friend. It's one of the only places that a guy can have love that he expresses openly. And that is what gets me about the whole pet thing. Is it's just this, you know, you have to have a certain kind of dog for you to love it without it being a threat to your masculinity. But this is also like the only place that a man can be soft and it's seen as okay. That's like, and just the thing with guys not being able to compliment each other, that was such a like drastic change that I noticed, with just not being able to compliment men anymore. Like, obviously I can compliment my friends. I know those guys, they're good dudes. My straight friends are very much comfortable with themselves. A lot of my friends are queer, so like, who cares? Like, they're good with anything. But I noticed that before transitioning, like before passing as a man, I could give guys compliments, and the fear was, oh, if I give this man a compliment, he's gonna think I'm hitting on him. It's gonna like turn into a thing, and then like that was the fear. But now, going around giving people compliments, with women, they have this armor up because of that very thing of like, I don't want her to think that I'm hitting on her. It's gonna make her uncomfortable, and I understand why she's gonna be kind of standoffish, because as soon as she shows any warmth, she runs the risk of me like just thinking that that's an opportunity to develop some kind of relationship. But with guys, like, I made the mistake. So I didn't say anything when we were talking about sports. I am a hockey fan. I am Canadian. I understand that I am a stereotype. I kind of lost interest when the lockout happened, because I just didn't care to watch millionaires battle with other millionaires about how they deserve more millions. Like, fuck that. But I do like hockey, and I grew up in Ontario, so I was a Toronto Maple Leafs fan as a kid.
Oh, Maple Leafs. Okay.
Yeah, Maple Leafs. I'll admit
Flyers
that.
fan.
You know what?
We're suffering. I'm suffering Flyers fan. So yeah. Hey, Drew. Hopefully, Drew go get his ring in Florida right now. So you know.
Yeah, hopefully. But like, you know, I'm secure enough in my masculinity to admit that I have always like enjoyed the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I live in BC. Sorry. I miss what you said. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I promise. I gave a guy a compliment on his Leafs jersey. I was like, "Oh, I love your jersey, man," and he thought I was trying to fight him. That's what he thought was going on, because the Leafs get so much hate and men don't compliment each other, that he legit thought that I was mocking him when I tried to be like, oh, I'm the only other Leafs fan in British Columbia. Like, nice to meet you. Like, that's what I thought was happening.
Jesus.
It's wild.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And
if an Eagles fan were to say that to another Eagles fan, he'd be like, fuck yeah. Fly birds fly, yeah, flyers. You know what I mean? Like, that's like Philly dudes would be like, "Yo, what's up, dude? Yeah, let's go to Wawa." You know what I mean? Like,
I think that part of what you, or someone else mentioned it as well. The fear. Oh no, you mentioned it. The fear of like when you compliment like a guy, you know, are you hitting on them? Right? I think it's because it's obviously a lot of factors going into that, but I think that part of it is due to like the rarity of compliments, right? And like, forget even like compliments, right? Just being nice to a guy, right, can like make them think that you're into them or you're hitting on them, because we don't get that a lot of the time. We get very like service transactional kind of like language, you know. So
I don't know. I feel like, and of course, like that's internalization, like feeding into itself. Like I said earlier, I was incel adjacent, right? I'm very grateful that I did not come across the cryptic community on YouTube. Otherwise, who knows what I would be politically today. But I think that I understand where a lot of them are coming from. This, like, just complete self-hatred to the point that it taints every human interaction that they have. So someone is nice to them. Oh, wow, she must be really into me. You know, it's like the mindset, you know. And I don't know completely how to get out of that other than to tell people, like, listen, every negative thought you have about yourself, right? Every, like, thing you think people notice about you and then think such negative things, maybe it's your weight, maybe it's like acne, maybe it's like your hair or something like that. I promise they don't. I promise they don't care. They do not care. They, like, and my best example of that is, like, think of the people in your lives, right? Like, you pass someone in the mall. How much are you thinking about that person that you passed, right? Forget someone that you're attracted to. Just someone that it just exists, you know? Are you like psychoanalyzing every person you interact with, judging everyone's, like, appearance, their dress, their clothes, and stuff like that? And it's the same way for other people. I promise, it's the same way. They do not care. They do not think about you, you know? And you need to realize that all of these negative thoughts and all of these negative feelings about yourself are literally existing in your head and only holding you back, you know? And I think that there doesn't seem to me to be a widespread movement among, like, the left online, right? To talk to or try to bring over this kind of community. We've kind of, like, completely otherized them, right? And they latch on to figures like Jordan Peterson, for instance, right? The clean your room kind of bullshit rhetoric. It's very reaffirming to think that all of these negative things I think about myself, right? It's not my fault. It's everyone else. But the danger there is that those negative thoughts don't leave. They're still there. You can blame everybody else, but you're still going to think of yourself as some very, very small person, you know? So I think that there needs to be a push among, like leftist communities as well, to try to, like, uplift people and try to, like, latch onto that, a little bit of that self-help rhetoric, okay? Because I understand that some of it's cringe, but a lot of it can be helpful, and especially the idea that this is all in your head. I promise, okay? I don't know. I again, not trying to make the room, like, depressed or whatever, but I do think it's like a glaring fault there.
I'll be an asshole and say, have you seen my YouTube channel? Because that's kind of what I'm all about. All that to say, I agree. I completely agree. I think that it's not on the people who have been hurt by this community to do that work. So those of us who are at least adjacent to the community or communities that is generally targeted by this group of people are the ones who can do that work, because we understand the sort of, like, leftist thinking. We understand, I guess, you know, social rehabilitation and stuff. Now, I won't go off on a tangent, but quite so. Indeed. Most indeededly.
Indubitably.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's important to be more positive about masculinity, if that makes any sense. Like, understandably, listen, as a femme, I understand the man hate. I get it. But also, like, it's, like, easy to let that become, like, a really black and white thing where, like, you know, it's pretty much universally considered unacceptable to shit talk women as an entire demo, or non-binary people as an entire demo, but we do still shit talk men as a whole demo. And, like, while I do think that it's important to recognize, like, certain problems are kind of the almost sole province of men, like catcalling, almost the sole province of men, right? Not like other people don't do it, but primarily almost entirely this. Yeah, so, like, criticisms of specific behaviors and actions, I think, are important. But yeah, like that, and that's not a problem that anybody here can solve, obviously, because we are all, like, adjacent somewhat to masculinity, and so, like, us saying, like, stop complaining about men so much, like, it seems really self-serving. So I guess, like, the only thing you can do from this position is just, like, really pushing that, like, positive view of masculinity. Like, what are our positive role models for masculinity. Like the very first person that just came to mind when I said that was Ty Turner, who's a trans male YouTuber. I'm like, wholesome masculinity, right? Like that's the first thing that comes to mind. I want to have more of those kind of people where you're like, that's a positive version of masculinity. Now that Abigail Thorne has transitioned, we need someone else to be the positive role model for masculinity for these young men.
Sorry. Yeah, that was kind of my goal with this panel. It's gonna have, I don't know if I mentioned this, that it's gonna have a more like masculine lean to it, where it's like we talk about like men and masculinity and how that kind of how ideas about men and masculinity kind of, you know, exist in society currently, and how we can kind of move forward from the bad parts and embrace the good parts. I think I'm not going to get too far into this, but what you brought up about you know, I think on the left especially, there is a lot of blatant just man hatred. You know, it quite literally is sexism. I know that's a meme, but there, you know, it is. And I think some of it is understandable, because obviously men are like the dominant demographic, and they always pretty much have been. So there's going to be like, you know, a whole lot of pushback against men, and I think some of that is warranted and understandable. But I think it would be, especially if we're trying to move people left, like I'm trying to do on my platform, it would be expedient for us to not push that so hard. It's, you know, to a certain extent, I think it's fine to, like, if people are just joking, like, yeah, fuck men, whatever, like, I don't care. But there are literally people who just, like, take TERFs, for instance. Nobody hates men more than TERFs do. Believe me, I know. I've fucking, like, I've had no less pleasant interaction than with TERFs on Twitter. They will silence you. They will, if they won't even block you, they'll just report you into oblivion. Like it's ridiculous. Anyway, like I said, I'm not gonna get too far into that, but I am glad that you guys feel the same way. So, I know that we lost another gay stoner. Again, I was going to do closing statements here, but so if he's able to jump back in, that'd be great. But if not, then well, we'll try to get him back in before we end. But I just want to do closing statements real quick. It's been about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. So I think that's a good stopping point. Like I said, my name is Alec Gunter. This has been Gunter Gab. I've had a very good time with all of you. This was a really fun panel. It went even better than I expected, really. It was fantastic. Thank you so much, guys, for making this a really good first panel. I'm really excited about what I'm going to do with this. I hope to have some of you back for future panels. I know, Finn, you're already coming back for the fitness panel, so that's going to be awesome. So I am going to try to mix it up with who's on the panels and when. But like I said, this has been amazing. And my name is Alec Gunter on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube as well. But it's currently just a string of random characters and numbers because I'm not at 1,000 subscribers yet. So I'm going to link it in my chat. And I am trying to get more subscribers on YouTube, so I'd really appreciate it if you could give me a look. And join my Discord if you want to as well. That's also in my chat. And that about wraps it up for me. Like I said, thanks, guys. I really appreciate you. And I'll throw it over to Finn if you want to go next.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. This was really great. I tried to not like go off on too many tangents, especially towards the end there, because I have a lot of thoughts on just like this is my deep dive right now, is like masculinity and manhood and like sort of the experience of like being a trans man and what that kind of brings to the conversation about manhood. One thing I did want to add, just, you know, again, we won't go too far into it, but just what you were saying about you know, disparaging remarks against men as an entire demographic of people. Something that's it's kind of like a weird catch-22, that by virtue of not being marginalized on the grounds of being men don't really have the tools to sort of take those jokes, right? Like as a marginalized person, you learn how to take disparaging remarks and turn it into comedy, but men haven't had to really do that training just by being men. And I think like that it kind of, you know, puts us in a weird position when it comes to like making those disparaging remarks. So people see that and they're like, well, come on, like we have to deal with that shit all the time. Like, you guys can take a few jokes about it, but like they don't have the learning to do it. But anyway, more on that. If you want to hear it, over at my YouTube channel, Fantastic Mr. Fox, at Fantastic Mr. Fox on Twitter, where I give my like spicier takes. They're still really soft. That's mostly what I do. But yeah, thank you again for having me. This was great.
All right, awesome. Let's move it over to Base of PJ. Close us out.
Yes. My name is Base of PJ, twitch.tv/Base of PJ. On Twitter, it's _string fury. This was amazing. I learned so much from every single one of the panelists that were here. And that was like that was my hope, that I could go in and be able to like get the other perspectives from trans men. Because again, I haven't had too much of a chance, to like speak with folks from the community and so forth and so on. I think I have to thank Alex for this discussion, because it's really cool in the sense that like we have these talks, both as cis men and trans men, in the sense of like these things of masculinity, like they are concepts, and like these are a lot of other constructs that we're challenging right now, right? Again, what is this, like my story with being a stay-at-home dad and she's the breadwinner, and those types of things that we touched on. And yeah, I really look forward to seeing more of these discussions, and I'm really happy to have shared the time with every single one of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's throw it over to, I don't know why I said close this out. We have 4 more people. Let's throw it over to another gay stoner.
Thank you for having me here. I'm sorry for all the technical problems I had. Me and Malcolm did test my laptop to see if it would be up to the, but it seems like, yeah, we tried so hard and got so far, but in the end. Anyway, yeah, thank you for having me on. I really did appreciate this conversation, and even when I wasn't able to physically be in the Discord call, I was listening in because I did find it really insightful, and I do feel honored to be on this panel, so thank you. If anybody wants to follow me, Another Gay Stoner everywhere except for Twitter, where it's Other Gay Stoner, and yeah.
Alrighty, thank you. Let's go to Luxander.
Oh, hi. Yeah, so I'm Luxander. I'm Luxander on YouTube. I don't stream on Twitch. I have a Twitch. If you go follow me there, you'll be disappointed because I don't dual stream. I am only on YouTube. Very recently a full-time streamer, so I stream like 3 or 4 nights a week on a pretty consistent schedule. We talk about gender and basically whatever chat decides to bring up, because I'm basically just spend the entire time talking on my chat. I would love to do debates and stuff. That would be cool. Nobody has stepped up to the plate. I'm too intimidating, apparently. So instead, I get to do friendly panels with cool dudes. Yeah, super great chat. I appreciate the opportunity to come on and talk. Sadly, I never really developed much of a community of trans men around me. Like, I know a shit ton of trans women, an astounding number of trans women compared to the number of trans men that I know. In addition to, like, cis men. Like, I just don't have very many friends outside of that. So it's really great to have an opportunity to like discuss issues particular to those kind of groups, and just like oh my god, it's just nice. So thank you again.
Man time.
It's time for the boys.
Yeah, just
Saturdays for the boys. Or what day is today?
Tuesday.
Tuesdays for the boys.
Taco Tuesday. Only trans men.
Trans Man Tuesday. Transgender supremacy.
All right, Malcolm, want to go next?
Would love to. I'm
that was
Malcolm.
Kind of a fucked up
God
joke,
damn it,
but I thought it was
Malcolm.
really funny.
On pretty much everything. I talk about trans guy stuff all the time because there's like 2 of us that anybody ever fucking knows about, and both of them are horrible. So try to do more positive trans stuff for trans guys, so not everybody thinks that we're crotchety old men who should be in a senile retirement home. Yeah, I do trans mask panels. I have a Discord server that's mostly trans guys. Just talk about trans stuff from a trans guy perspective. That's kind of my thing. I think that masculinity is like a really important thing for us to talk about because, especially as trans guys, we didn't really get into this a whole lot, which is fine. Like, it was still a good time. Lots of topics, lots of thoughts and feelings. a lot of trans guys fall into the trap that you have to be a douchebag to be a guy. A lot of it's like a horrible trap that trans guys fall into more often than not, especially when you're in an echo chamber away from other people in your own community and positive male role models and also trans masculine role models. It's really easy to fall into that trap of like, I have to be a dick, I have to be a douchebag, I gotta, fuck 1,000 chicks every day and this, that, and the other thing. And it's really unfortunate because it's very unhealthy. So like productive conversations about masculinity are hard enough to have in general. And then having those conversations with a demographic of people that for all intents and purposes are kind of relearning how to be not only a man, but like a good man. That's hard. That's hard to do. So these conversations are really important, I think. And it's nice to talk to not to do the meme, but to men that don't suck, because a lot of guys usually are like, oh, well, you want to be a man? Well, then why don't you build a fucking house, snowflake? Or you want to be a man so bad, you got to make 6 figures and you got to be able to fight and you got to be able to hunt and trap and, build your own bushcraft village and shit like that. Like the productiveness of having conversations, especially with men on the left, is really refreshing because it offers like, a non-toxic direction for younger trans men to kind of wander instead of wandering into that trap of like toxicity, which is really nice. But yeah, God damn it, Malcolm on everything. I like to argue with people. I like to talk about trans stuff. I do the All Trans Mask Everything panels. Those are all on YouTube. I do all my recruiting in my Discord, and I do all trans everything panels as well, if anybody wants to participate. And I appreciate the invitation. And it was nice talking about some guy stuff, some guys being dudes, Good times.
Guys being dudes. Thanks for being here. All right. And finally, Smite Night. Now close us out.
Yeah. Hi. First off, thanks again for having me. Sorry I got literally locked away from my studio stuff. So you can follow me on twitch.tv /smite_night, where the quality is much better than what it currently is. I do, of course, news and politics and stuff like that. You can come over there. Also history. I will be known to go on a rant every now and then. And lately I've been talking about health and fitness. So come on for that too. That's a fun topic that I think we all can learn from. But anyway, yeah, you can follow me on those platforms. Again, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. I think that we've had some really healthy discussions about masculinity, about I guess stereotypes about like what it means, to display yourself as masculine, and also, of course, pushing back on harmful rhetoric, as well as, some gaps among the left, some things that we should be doing to be able to bring people over to our political ideology, which first involves addressing real concerns that people have, So, yeah, I appreciate everybody. I think I've learned a lot, and hope to see you guys again.
All right. Thank you again, everybody. I really appreciate y'all being here once again. Let's stay in touch. And let's keep being real dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and be the best dude, man, bro that you can be. And
hey, let's all head out and we'll start tossing the football around. Hey, let's go. Toss the old pigskin. Hey,
get them brewskis.
Get the beers.
That's right.
Yeah, get the beer, get some road sodas. Yeah.
With the
I don't get these references.
Because I'm old. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just making shit up. The reference is my brain. All right. Take care, guys. I had a great time. Thank you again.
Peace and blessings.
Have a good night, y'all.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So that was a lot of fun. That was shockingly a lot of fun. Okay, let me get my... I'm not done streaming. The panel is done, but I'm not necessarily done streaming yet. Okay? Cracking open a cold one with the boys. It's me, I'm the cold one. Mickey. I'm glad that you liked that joke. Oh yeah, the people Finn thought it was funny. I gotta go, I gotta find that tweet. Hold on. I gotta pull up the tweet where Alec tagged me so that I can follow all these guys. And get connected on Twitter. Okay, so we're gonna follow Finn. I already followed Finn. Or follow Malcolm. Follow String Fury. Follow Smite Knight. And then other gay stoner. Okay. I am now following all of the people who were on the thingy. Being trans femme, I would never. Twitter is the LinkedIn of degenerates. It's true. It's like we're all professionally like getting together. Yeah, that was awesome. Datus Monk in the YouTube chat. I'll debate you, Lux, if you're serious about looking for someone to debate. I mean, I want it to be like real. Like I want someone to actually be like, I take issue with what you've said, and then I'll be like, get in the fucking voice chat. That'll be someday. We're gonna be there. Lux does want blood. It's true. I want blood. It'll be fun. I'll like threaten people. Like, if you don't get in the voice chat, I'll ban you. Like, no, I wouldn't do that. Big. It is Big Aries energy. It's true. Yeah. Yeah, but that was really good. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I don't really have much community in general. Like, you all know I've complained before about not having like very many friends, but I also don't have like trans male community. I don't have like masculine camaraderie, you know. No, it's like no wonder I feel so comfortable being a femboy. I'm surrounded by trans women all the time. But it's really nice, and it's like, because of this, I don't really think about very often, like, oh, like, yeah, when I first started T, like, I really tried to overcompensate my masculinity. Like, I don't really think about, like, my masculinity in that way, because I don't relate to other people in that way. We're gonna trans you the other way. True. Basically true. Okay, so we've been going for 3 hours. That was amazing. 2-hour-long panel. Fantastic. I need to take a quick break. I don't know how significantly long we're going to keep going after this, but I feel good. I have good energy right now. The chili is boiling away. I actually should check and see if the beans are good. If I eat dinner during stream tonight, then what we're going to do is we're going to put on a video of mine to watch together while I eat. And, like, maybe I'll commentate over it or whatever. So we might end up doing that here in a little while. But, yeah, I'm going to take a quick little, like, 5-minute, get new water, go to the restroom, check on my beans, and then we'll see what other kind of stuff we can talk about today. So that's gonna be a fun time. And yeah, you gotta feed the cats. Always good. Oh yeah, no, it's on high. Yeah, it's on high. And it's boiling. It's like been like every time I look over here, it's because it's like boiling out the side because I put too much tomato shit in there. Anyway, all right, I'll be back in a minute. Let me switch this. I'm gonna switch. Be right back. Ah! Okay. We're back. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate your patience. The beans are not done. Hello, Jade of Awesome. Welcome in. The Alpha Sigma the Alpha Sigma topic was interestingly relevant. I just watched from Rebel HQ, the TOIT contributor, making fun of JLP for being a beta. Yeah. I was like, I didn't have a strong opinion about that. I like making shit up, though. Other people were like, yeah, Data's Monk in the YouTube chat took issue with my Will Smith take. Yeah, I'm not gonna do a debate tonight. I could potentially do one later this week, though. Well, shit, hold on. Maybe on the weekend. Because on Thursday, I am planning on still streaming, but I'm also doing my first day of imaginal exposure. Oh, hold on. I need to do something tomorrow. Shoot. Tomorrow, I'm going to be going on... Or no. Never mind. I got it figured out. Tomorrow, just a reminder, everybody. Tomorrow, I'm going to be... Was I not even gone for 5 minutes? Was I gone for less than 5 minutes? I'm going on Demon Mama's stream tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time. I'm not going to be streaming. I'm only going to be on there for about 15 minutes. But she's going to have a like all-day trans talk thing. So I'm going to be going on at 4 p.m. her time, 6 p.m. my time. Thursday, I have my first imaginal exposure appointment. I'm like basically about to start in-depth trauma therapy. If you're unfamiliar with the process, like you verbally walk through the what's up, Gayfesh? I should change the title because we just got out of the stream, or just got out of the panel a little bit ago. It was a good time. It was like a 2-hour chat. It was a 2-hour chat of like some cis dudes and some trans dudes talking about their upbringing and childhood and stuff. But yeah, so on Thursday, I'm going to be doing imaginal exposure, which is I'm going to be walking through verbally in first person point of view, like a traumatic event from my life, and like repeatedly doing that for like 30 minutes. And then like spending the last half of my therapy session like calming down. But that's going to be like really activating. Yeah, so probably for the next few months, I'm going to be doing that once a week. Yeah, it's going to be on Thursday this week, and then after that, it'll be on Wednesdays, so it won't conflict with our stream schedule. As of this week, we might do like a shorter, we might only do it for like 10 minutes, you know, just like ease into it. So, hopefully I'll still be like shipshape to do a stream on Thursday, but I don't necessarily want to like sign up to do like a debate that day. So, honestly, hop in the Discord. Anybody who ever wants to debate me can hop in the Discord. Because that's going to be where we do the chats, the calls and everything. Link in the description. Yes, I'm looking forward to talking to Demon Mama quite a bit. I think it's going to be really, really, really fun. I don't have a plan. Maybe I should like think of something of what to talk about. I have to take Lucifer to the vet tomorrow, so he might have heart disease. Let's hope that we are getting ahead of it. Yeah, Jessie Gender's going to be on there. That's cool. I know she's going to be talking to so many people. She's going to start at like 11 her time, and then I'm not coming on until 4 her time, so I'm going to be coming on like in the 5th hour. She's going to start, or is it 1 p.m. her time? Oh, did I think 11 a.m. my time? Because yeah, it's 11 a.m. my time. No, is it? Is it the other way around? I always get so confused with the time zones. Like, the sun is traveling across, so it's sunrise here before it's sunrise in California, which means it's 2 hours earlier in California. Okay. So, it's starting at 3 p.m. my time. Okay, so I'm coming on at 4 p.m. her time, which is 6 p.m. my time. Yes, okay. So now we've got that figured out. So she'll have been going for like 3 hours when I come on. So maybe she won't be too tired. I was kind of I had originally thought like, oh, I'm going to be coming in like the 5th hour, so it's going to be like maybe she'll be too tired for it to be much of a fun conversation, you know, but like it'll be good. I just don't want to be like, oh, thanks for using your tired energy on me, Demon Mama. Like, I don't want to bother you. Like, I don't know. I'm such a fucking weirdo. Not therapy tomorrow, therapy Thursday. Tomorrow, finding out if my cat has heart disease and talking to Demon Mama. So that's going to be my fun day tomorrow. I'm like trying to just get through that like vet thing, and then I'll figure out what I'm going to try to talk to her about. It's not required that we talk about a specific subject or that we talk about a trans thing specifically. It's just trans creators and trans topics. So technically we could talk about whatever. Oh my goodness. My phone is doing all kinds of stuff. I might be getting a new microphone tomorrow as well. My friend who told me like a long time ago that he was going to send me one of his old microphones because he had like several of them, finally has gotten them shipped out, and I think they're supposed to arrive tomorrow, like the microphone and the stand. So I am really excited. This microphone is fine. Like, it's fine. You can see it says Snowball Ice on the back. You know, you can very clearly hear things happening on the other side of the room and stuff, which is unfortunate. Like, it sounds fine, but it's like, the problem is that like most mics that are good for podcasting and stuff are like designed to only pick up sound in this immediate orb, you know, as opposed to across the room. Like, ostensibly, if I have the new microphone, ostensibly I'll be able to, like, you know, the running water that you heard earlier, hypothetically you won't be able to hear the running water. I'm not using a webcam. This is a Canon. I cannot remember what kind of Canon, but the camera is worth almost as much as my desktop computer. Like the whole tower. So that was another gift from the same friend, so appreciate that quite a bit. Although I will say the Logitech C920 is not bad as far as webcams go. If you want a decent webcam. Yeah, the Blue Snowball's fine. I don't have the Blue Snowball. I have the Blue Snowball Ice, which is like slightly less good than the Blue Snowball. Because it's interesting. The Snowball is black, and the Ice is white, but it has like fewer functionality. You have the Yeti. Yeti. I can't remember what brand this is, the microphone that I'm getting, but my friend has like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, so I think it's a good quality microphone. And also, like, he has a like a photography background. Yeah, that's why the Snowball Ice isn't great, Gayfesh, is like all the background noise that it picks up. I think it's USB. I'm not sure. I kept asking, like, do I need to get like some kind of intermediary? And he said no, so I'm assuming that means it's not XLR. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, he's like very pro about his production and shit, so I'm assuming it's gonna be good quality microphone. I'm excited. I've been waiting on it for a long time. Like, maybe over a year I've been waiting on it, so. Oh my god. It's gonna be amazing. I did a goof, y'all. I like was gonna switch the horns around so that they would like lay a different direction, and I just like pulled this one off the string, and I was like, oh, wait, how am I gonna get it back in there? I realized I don't know. I just noticed that there's another hole, though. I wonder if you're meant to be able to, like, thread it through that hole, and then and then the horn would be like this. Oh, that's kind of cool. That would be kind of cool if it were like that. Oh, that's neat. Oh, I like that a lot better than any of the other configurations. Oh. I just found the secret third hole. I'm gonna put it in the hole. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get good USB condenser mic nowadays. Yeah, the other main thing that I'm looking forward to as well is that the new microphone, I think, has one of the pop filters that, like, slides over. And... go ahead and change the title of the fucking thing. It's gonna have a glove that goes over the top instead of having this fucking thing, which is a piece of hot garbage that just constantly, like, doesn't want to stay where you leave it. I made a mistake by moving it. I gotta fix it. There we go. So yeah, hype for that. Someone bought me a jigsaw puzzle off my Amazon wishlist. I have both that pop filter and a foam cover. Are your plosives too powerful? I guess if you do music production, it might be. Please. It's a dragon. All of the puzzles on my Amazon wishlist are dragons. And I have, like, five finished dragon puzzles that I glued. And then eventually I will have them professionally framed, and then most of the art in my home will be, like, completed dragon puzzles that I've put together, which I think will be fun. So, I did just do a puzzle pretty recently, though. I did, like, this, oh, here, I can show you the poster. I made this. I did a puzzle of this. It was way bigger than this poster, but... So I've kind of already done one recently. If you want to see some A+ funny shit, Ben Shapiro is getting roasted by students. I might have to take a quick little look. A little look-see. Okay, wait. I need my earbud. I need earbud. And also I need Streamlabs back. Come back, Streamlabs. Put it back over here.
Which is the term that I use throughout the speech, not gender
You
identity
sound like a
disorder,
bozo, bro.
which is
And you get no
identified
pussy,
disorder.
and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So, bro.
Dysphoria, which is the term that I use throughout the speech, not gender
You
identity
sound like a
disorder,
bozo,
which is
bro.
identified
And you get no pussy,
disorder.
and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
Dysphoria,
That was
which
pretty
is the term that
sad.
I use throughout
Like, that's pretty sav, I have to say. Plus, you can't even make your wife wet, bro. Like, everybody on Twitter knows that, too. That was pretty savage. I appreciated that. I enjoyed that quite a bit. It's always nice to see someone who deserves it. Like, what do you even say to that, bro? Like, you can't even say that. You can't even say anything to that. That man is entirely online, and I love it so much. True. Yeah. Ben Shapiro. Such a weird character. One of the saddest things about Abigail's transition is that she won't do a Ben Shapiro impression character anymore, I don't think. It's a shame. I wonder if she'll do an Abigail Shapiro. Abby, do an Abigail Shapiro. Do it. She doesn't know who I am. She doesn't follow my YouTube account. I don't care. Abigail, come on. That's too perfect. Abby has not brought back the arsonist since transitioning. She has the arsonist's sister, which she plays the sister now, and she had a male actor come in once to like do a pretend makeout, but didn't show the guy's face. Yeah. My brother is a petrol salesman. Yeah. Yeah, it was just really, really clever. I don't watch any Matt Walsh. Like, I don't really know anything about Matt Walsh, TBH. I love the sister because it throws in incest too. True. I love it. It's a really funny. Like, I love how funny Abigail is. Like, her video, like, truly. It's very subtle. It's very underplayed, but it's very funny. I think that I'm fairly funny. I've only written comedy once in my life, and it was very funny. I didn't ever request the paperback, but like when I was in college, when I went to the trade school program thing, I was in a class called Workplace Skills, because they were like, you know, we've had this electrical program and we keep turning out these guys that people don't want in their homes or whatever. So they're like, you know, we have to give you a workplace skills class to give you some like social awareness, because a lot of these kids are like 18, 19-year-olds going to an electrical program and shit, you know, like, and they're dumb. And one of the things was like explain, and like to give a speech, like was the assignment, like explain some aspect of electrical whatever to someone as though it's like, as though I'm totally ignorant. And because it was a performance, I made it funny. Yeah, sort of like that, yeah. And like just understanding social expectations and stuff like that. It was really valuable. I took a lot of notes. I still have them. But yeah, so like I was explaining the in a home nowadays, in a living room, for example, if you have an outlet close to the ground, it has to have this thing on the inside that makes it. Have you ever tried to plug something in and you feel like you have to force it in, even though it's all lined up and you can see that, right? That's because on the inside there's a mechanism that is like, it's a couple pieces of plastic that are shaped, that are kind of wedge shaped. So when you press, like, okay, like the plug is going in, right? And there's this like wedge shaped piece of plastic on a spring that like, as you push the plug in, it moves this piece in and it squishes the spring in between, right? So this piece of plastic, like as you're pushing this in, the plastic has to like move out of the way, and then you can fully plug it in. And it's tamper resistant. It's to keep the child from you have to push on both sides with equal pressure, or the spring won't collapse. To prevent you from being able to just push something in one side. It will not go if you only have one prong, or just like a piece of like a fork or a knife or whatever. So it's a child proofing thing. And I riffed on how like we, you know, we do this because like children are suicide goblins. Like they are determined, and it's our job as electricians to, you know, and it was like the whole room. It was the most powerful I've ever felt in my life. The whole room laughing. Yeah, only children with two forks get to have fun. True. That's the only time I've ever written comedy. So like, other than that, as just a general daily function, I think I'm fairly funny though. I feel like I get my zingers in. I also feel like there's more opportunities for me to be funny in a group environment. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm still feeling that out. One of my friends once told me, like, I need people to know that I'm funny more than I need them to know that I'm smart. And I felt that. Because I do really need people to know that I'm smart, but I, more than that, need them to know that I'm funny. I think I'm funny anyway. Yeah, it'll have to bear out. Y'all will have to tell me if I'm funnier by myself or when we are in a group. Maybe I should try to make more jokes when I'm doing reactions instead of being like, this is dumb and it sucks. Like, I feel like Goddammit Malcolm, you know, kind of takes things a lot less seriously than I do. It's a little bit of an autism thing, though, I think, that I just reflexively take things quite seriously and don't make jokes very easily. But that's just a hypothesis. What else do we have going on tonight, y'all? I feel like I literally just, like, had to teach myself what a Sigma male was. I did. I had to teach myself what a Sigma male was in order to participate in that discussion at all. No. I confess that listening to you cuss playing the video game was preciously funny. It doesn't feel good to me. Sigma informal Zeph. I didn't see this trailer. Let's see. Pause. I need my headphones again. I don't leave them in because my ears hurt. My ears, they're so tiny and they hurt.
Traveled all over the world for the past year asking one simple question. What is a woman?
Wow.
What is a woman?
What is it?
What is it?
I don't know.
People are laughing. Is that a dumb question? I've been asking everybody this.
Okay.
And almost nobody can answer it.
Okay.
What is a woman? What is a woman?
Oh, God.
That's a great question.
If one person could tell me what a woman is. Congressman, thank you for being here.
I think this interview is over. Let's turn off the cameras.
Just wanted to know, what is a woman?
And you're not going to find out.
Oh.
It's not a complicated question.
Okay. Do I have to watch this stupid fucking thing? I wonder if it's going to be behind a paywall. I kind of have this vague sense like it might be behind a paywall. I gotta turn the fucking desktop audio down for next time, because that'll blow all of our ears out in the future. Yeah, okay, so I guess I've seen Matt Walsh before, but I'm not, like, deeply familiar with him as a person, but that's, cringe. It's so bad it seems like it could be satire. They're, like, the thing is that there are, like, the answer to that question is nuanced, and they're looking for, like, the simple gotcha. Like, they're like, the only correct answer to this question is an adult human female. An adult human chicken, as a matter of fact. Sigma male is just autism traits, LMAO. To become rich, you should get rare fish and multiple uncles, presented in Instagram Hustle Bro infographics. You gotta start acquiring uncles, apparently. You need more uncles. I don't have enough uncles. True. I don't have enough fish. No fishes? I can't wait until people make memes out of my face. It's truly gonna be peak. If we were to pool our uncles collectively, we might have enough, true. have a lot of uncles, and a lot of them are fishermen. Oh, okay, a parody of the stuff like rich people wake up at 5 a.m. and meditate. I mean, it's better to think of a parody account of the Sigma male crypto grind set than the real thing, probably. Wow. Imagine getting rich making alcohol. That would be the fucking dream, dude. I do want to make mead, but it's such a bad turnout. Like, you just require so much mead for a conversion into... or so much honey to make mead. It's not a good way to make money. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Okay. Gosh, that conversation was really good. The panel went really well. I really just super enjoy having conversations with folks who have interesting stuff to say. I've got one rich uncle, and they're also the gay uncle. Bougie gays are weird. It's easier to remain moneyed if you have no children. Fucking Christ. Yeah, mead is a good way to ingratiate yourself with the locals, true. It would be nice to be able to afford to have a hobby like making mead and then, like, going to my Renaissance Festival and, like, giving mead to my friends as a gift and not, like, charging them for it. I would enjoy that, I think. Moonshine brandy. Yeah, I would love to be able to make mead. Oh, I see. I see. Ah. Where did it go? This one. If your friend group isn't talking about these things, find a new friend group. Side hustle ideas, growth sectors, fine leather suits, figure skating scores, rare fish investments, tap water consumption, daily olive consumption, piles of sand, Tom Brandy touchdown, accidental sand consumption. Amazing. This is 2 different pictures of Tom Hardy and then 1 picture of Michael Cera. All right. Good stuff. I got so thrown off because I thought for a second that Tom Hardy was in Spider-Man Homecoming, but he wasn't. It was just some other guy that looks like Tom Hardy, who was also in a movie called Devil, which I really liked. Interestingly, mead and fermentation are a major exception to Marx's theory of value as created by work, as they create value just by sitting there. That is really interesting. I haven't really tried brandy either. Is brandy like a type of whiskey? Also, that dude was in the movie Upgrade, which was like a technology-based version of Venom, and also a superior film. That's cool. I've never seen that one. The yeast are the workers. That was my first thought, Technetium. I'm like, the yeasts are doing the work. Yeah, that kind of reminds me, Technetium, like my friend, I have a friend who sells yarn. They buy the yarn and then dye it in specific colors and then sells like, oh, like this is the bisexual one. The bisexual yarn. And they posted on Instagram recently that like a video where they were crocheting, and they were like, crocheting is like something that like an activity that I find to be anti-capitalist because it's wasteful in terms of the stitches in the yarn. Like you use more yarn per square inch than with other methods like knitting, and it's just generally inefficient in terms of time, it's also like impossible to replicate on a machine. So like it's like counterintuitive to a production value system, you know, where, you know, it like truly like the only reason you can be crocheting is because you love it. You know, you cannot be doing it to make money. You can make money doing it, but like, you know, it's one of the worst ways to do it if you're going to do textile work and make money off of it. I mean, like, it's purely something I do for fun. I can't imagine, like, trying to sell. Yeah, it's prettier than knitting. I'm not, yeah, like, knitting has it's, like, very patterned look to it. The thing that I like about crochet is because you're not, like, on this, like, so knitting, you have this, like, needle, and you have your yarn, like, you have a bunch of yarn, like, on the needle, like this, and then the stitches are being built with this yarn, and you're like working with two needles, like moving the stitches from one needle to the other, back and forth, row by row. So as far as I can tell, you're basically like doing the same stitches each time, whereas when you crochet, like I could do 2 stitches like this, and then a stitch like this, and then 2 stitches like this, and then a stitch like this, and so it can have like more customized variable textures and stuff. So like you couldn't do something like this by knitting. Like this is a crocheted flower, this is a daffodil flower, and you just wouldn't be able to do that on a pair of knitting needles. So that kind of stuff is cool, I think. Just little bits and bobs. Applejack brandy. Does anyone know if conservatives usually support charter schools? They're spreading around a TikTok of a trans teacher from a charter school talking about being trans to fearmonger. I don't know. I don't really know a lot about charter schools, though, so I don't know what the appeal is to them anyway. Okay, good to know, Technetium. I don't know anything about knitting, unfortunately. Like, I would love to learn. I just haven't taught myself. Yeah, a crown of these could be kind of cool. It's about to be Beltane. Oh my god, what day is it? Did we decide that Beltane was a stream day? Is Beltana a stream day? Beltana's a stream day. Oh my god, we get to have May Day celebration. I'm gonna make myself a dandelion crown and wear it and be so pretty. Oh my god, my eyes. I'm pretty sure they usually do support charter schools. Okay. To delegitimize the public school system. I see. Yeah, my mother-in-law likes to quilt. I actually have one of her quilts decorating the wall on the other side of the room over there. And she also does crochet. It's a more recent thing for her, though. She's been quilting for like decades, but only quite recently started doing crochet. Every time she looks at something I crochet, she compliments how even my stitches are. I'm like, thanks. It's the drama. I'm a perfectionist. Conservatives have little power over the charter schools because they are private. They are trying to extend their tentacles into private schools as well to promote their sick agenda, hence the fear-mongering and lying. I thought one of the things that came up while we were talking about these, like, rules about, like the Don't Say Gay bill, for example, was that there wasn't any mention in the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida of private schools. It was like, does this only apply to public schools? And when the people on the, committee were being asked questions about it, they really very obviously dodged the question. That's what I remember hearing anyway. So the goal is to defund public schools and allow... Because the thing is that they don't want the private schools to get sued the way that they want the public schools to get sued. Pro-voucher politicians tend to have corrupt connections to charter schools. True, Nancy DeVos. What a terrible human being. Or no, it's not Nancy, it's Betsy DeVos, right? Betsy DeVos? She was in charge of education for a few years. Yeah, they want to teach heteronormative things in private schools unchecked. True. Yeah, Nancy. I was like Nancy Reagan? Like, my brain is trying to autocomplete something else. There. Do. I tweeted the other day, the worst part of having hot takes that deviate from accepted norms is that people don't even make an argument when they disagree. They just appeal to the same normative morals that we've all been indoctrinated with. Sag. And then someone replied just fairly recently, like, 100%, this is why most leftists are not vegan. Like, is this person trying to say that the refusal to engage with the arguments is why leftists are not vegan? Because that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny if so. Just taking a quick browse through of like what's going on my Twitter notifications. Nothing too exciting today. I got some new mutuals today. That's always good. Got some more mutuals on the Twitter. This person probably watched the Demon Mama versus Vegan Gains debate. True. I didn't end up watching all of it. We already talked about this before, that like I can't argue with a vegan because I'm just gonna be like, you're morally correct. It was a shit show, Josiah. Like, Vegan Gains is just a person who is not good to engage with. So if you want to be like, if you want to witness some clusterfuck go down, then yeah, sure, watch it. I did not see that Sexy Vegan is registered to run for president in 2024. That's incredible. Vegans really are morally correct about the animal rights issues. Vegans are morally correct about the animal rights issues. What vegans are not correct about is insisting on using... We already talked about this. Insisting on using alternatives that rely on human exploitation. Not everyone can be vegan, though. That is one of the things against veganism. If it harms you a lot, nope. And I would argue a class position as well. If you can't afford it, you cannot be morally condemned for it. And by afford it, I also mean like taking the time and brain power to come up with alternatives and like do the research involved to make sure that you're getting a holistic diet. Like, all of that also those are all also privileges you don't have when you're in poverty. Like, if you're working 60 hours a week, you do not have the time and the energy to try to cook vegan meals every day, you know? Like, you're gonna go buy the chicken thighs for $1 a pound and roast some chicken thighs and some rice, you know? Yeah, veganism can be classist or ableist. Vegan Gains just has his script that he wants to get through. When Demon Mama wanted to actually expound on her position rather than just follow his yes-no dialogue tree, he flipped his shit. Oh god, I hate people like that. They're like, I must control the narrative. That's another aspect of it too, old woman Josiah. Attempting a special diet can make people slide back into eating disorders. Like, for some people, you need to just give your body what it wants within limits. Like, you know, you want to give your body healthy things, moderate the amount of sugar that you're taking in, you know, like, but if you think about it any further than that, it becomes calorie counting, it becomes restriction. It's very difficult for some people to not end up in that place. And I think that's another, like, that's functionally ableist. If you insist that that type of person, you know, should try harder or whatever. I think it's better to shift the general population to it. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I'm just trying to make like personal choices toward a better opportunity. You know, the other day I kind of just was like, I didn't really make a plan for dinner. There was not a whole lot in the house because I hadn't been grocery shopping in a little bit. So I just made vegetable soup. I like cut up a carrot, a couple carrots. I cut up a big ass potato, can of green beans. I fried up some onions and garlic and threw that all into a big pot with a bunch of vegetable broth, you know, like, just occasionally having times where you could, and not even just like having meat or not having meat, but like having turkey in the chili instead of ground beef, you know? The thing I don't get with some vegans is that they won't even eat leftover meat that'll go to waste. Yeah, whatever. It's a moral position. I mean, to be fair, if you've been on a meatless diet for a while and then you eat meat, you'll probably have indigestion. Because humans' bodies are weird like that, you know? If you're not accustomed to something in your diet, the likelihood that you'll like have a bad reaction to it if you reintroduce it all of a sudden is not going to be good. So I could potentially see that just being like, I just don't want to bother with like shitting my guts out later tonight, you know? I went to a vegan friend's house for board game night and she made some meat dishes for non-vegan friends, and I was like, I would have been happy to eat vegan, but since you made meat, I'm obligated to eat it so it doesn't go to waste. You have leftovers. Even cutting down on certain meats in the general population would probably make a good difference morally, environmentally, health-wise. Yeah, red meats are bad for you. There's nothing that you can get from red meat that you can't get elsewhere. Chickens are smaller. They don't require as much space. They don't require nearly so much land devoted to their upkeep. Like with cattle, you have to devote farming land to the upkeep of the animals. Like, we produce so much plants and vegetables that go to the cattle. Like, it's so inefficient. And then the methane, like, it would be healthier. It would be better for the environment. We'd have more land to use. Morally speaking, aren't chickens kind of the worst? As far as how they're treated, sure. Well, no, pigs are the worst, I think, morally speaking. Because they're intelligent, like, vastly more so. But yes, the conditions that chickens are kept in are not good either. That should probably be good. It was just that the beans were dry when I put them in, so it needed, like, the full 6 hours. But the ladle's clean. And there's sour cream and cheddar cheese. So yeah, like, just trying to make those choices where you're like, I'm not going to, you know, like, I just was eating like so many hamburgers for such a long time, and I'm like, this is like literally I was having such bad heart palpitations that I got a heart monitor to see if I had an arrhythmia, and like around that time when that got to the peak most scary and I like made that doctor's appointment and stuff, like I also drastically cut down on my sodium intake. I more or less have switched off eating red meat, like for the most part. I'm like not sworn it off or anything, but I just make different choices, and literally like I still have heart palpitations, but they're so much less distressing after like 3 to 4 weeks of just dietary changes and gradually cutting back on alcohol too. I think today I got my day 6 notification It's like 6 full days of I haven't drank any alcohol. It's very motivating. It's a good app. It's called I Am Sober. If anybody wants motivation for that, it's actually really good. It gives you like different responses each time you interact with it. So it's very good for my ADHD brain. It's like, oh, whoa, I've never seen this before. Ooh, agreed, TechNetEM. Rich vegans could make more of a moral/environmental difference by supporting ethical farming instead of just buying vegan processed food. Yes. Like, if the problem, like, that vegans have is about the mistreatment of the animals, then just, like, fund better farming practices. I know ultimately some of them are still going to have the issue of, like, you're killing the animal at the end of the day. That is still, like, the ultimate form of harm. You know, like, that is the... At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're keeping them in a nice facility. You're still killing them at the, you know, to better yourself. And, like, I get it, I guess. But, like, it's about harm reduction. IMO. Massive textural issues with red meat. Ooh, that is lucky. I'm just taking a break for the next couple months, at least. Like, my plan is that there's this party I go to every year. It's in June this year. My friend hosts, like, a weekend barbecue that I'm going to go to, and, like, I'm probably going to drink a little bit there, but it's entirely possible that I'll wake up on the day that I've planned to let myself drink again, and I'll have the notification on my phone, and it'll say, like, it's been 60 days, and I'll be like, do I need to drink? You know, like, and I'm saving money. It's just so much better. So much healthier. I can't necessarily, I mean, I feel like maybe I'm sleeping a little bit better. But that's a big part of it. I can't take Ambien on the same nights that I drink alcohol, so I need to be able to manage my sleep a little bit better. Do you know where I could find any resources for trying to lose weight while transitioning? I've recently seen another trans femme recommending to lose oh yeah, no, that's not true. The trans femmes say you should lose as much weight as you can before you start HRT. Oh, I guess it can make it hard to lose the weight once you're on estrogen. That's true. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something else. Sometimes people say, like, oh, if you lose a lot of weight and then you start hormones and then you put it back on, then when you gain the fat back, it'll be in the correct redistributed locations. Doesn't actually work that way. That's a good way to give yourself an eating disorder. Like, I don't have any good resources, I guess, is, like, the answer to your question. I've personally never, like, had to lose weight. I'm naturally just kind of skinny, lucky person. But I will confirm that testosterone is easier to lose weight, like, to lose fat, than with estrogen. So I guess, like, if you are just going to be pre-hormones for a little while, first of all, if you exercise in a way that's going to build muscle, you're going to put on weight before you start losing it, because you'll build the muscle, which is heavier, right? That doesn't mean that you're not getting thinner or slimmer or whatever. That's something to keep in mind. So I guess you would want to do, like, aerobic exercise, like cardio, stuff that's getting you moving, more so than stuff that focuses on weights. You want stuff that's going to get your heart going, you know? Heoteo says, at my old job, I wasn't allowed to leave the store during break, and the only place that would deliver was Chick-fil-A. So I went from eating homophobic chicken 5 times a week to being vegan. It's pretty good. I think I will try to do Sober September and work up from there. Yeah, so first of all, quitting drinking alcohol is going to, like, honestly, Tabaxi Bay. Oh, hold on. No, sorry. I thought that was the same person as a different question earlier. My bad. No, yeah. Sober September sounds like a good place to start. Definitely don't need to drink every night. That's part of my app. Let me type in my own motivation. Like, what's your motivation? And one of the things that I wrote in there was like, I don't want to be the kind of person that drinks every day. Like, I don't know if that's kind of judgmental. Like, maybe it is kind of judgmental. But I do not want to be like the kind of person who's like, I drink every day. Like, I don't want. No. Yeah, a lot of people advocate for the weight cycling, for fat redistribution. Nothing supports this, and like you said, it's a great way to get an ED. Yeah. Yeah, Mersh, I do kind of go through phases of gaining and losing weight, but that's because of stress and anxiety. Like, I'll just stop eating sometimes, not because I want to, but because my body won't let me. I'm actually off caffeine too, y'all. Well, I had coffee today, but it was like a treat. I'm like off caffeine and not getting morning headaches, you know? And it's a good thing that I'm off caffeine because I drank some caffeine today and it made me insanely anxious and gave me heart palpitations. So I cannot drink non-decaf coffee anymore. Yeah. These are just choices that I'm being forced to make in order to feel healthy. Is CBD available over the counter in your area? It is. Yeah. I mean, that was probably like part of my issue was I was like drinking coffee to try to be functional in the mornings because I'm not functional in the mornings so that I could work. And then I was like getting a bunch of heart issues because I had to use caffeine to force myself to wake up. Caffeine and fine tobacco are my vices. Love coffee and cigars. I have this thing, but I'm like mostly off nicotine too. I'll like, you know, maybe you saw me earlier during the panel, like a very small amount, because that was fucking me up too. Basically, like, I just realized that I've been pumping a lot of poison into my body, and I didn't want to do that anymore. So I'm about ready to make myself a bowl of chili. I'm not necessarily done hanging out and streaming though. I said that I was potentially going to watch one of my own videos. I know, yeah, you can get vape juice that is no nicotine, but the problem is that I was doing it, like, I do it constantly, because it's like an oral fixation kind of thing, but then you have, like, it's water vapor, basically. You, like, the cloud that you see is water vapor, very thick water vapor, and so it's, like, people get, like, chronic sinus infections and stuff. I already have, like, seasonal allergies and, like, very thick phlegm. So it was just like, this is not worth it. I was doing it constantly, and I tried to like clear my throat, and like a little bit of blood came up, and I'm like, I'm tired of this. Yeah, I've never used Salt Nick. I don't ever do Salt Nick pods. I've only ever used the juices, and that is the way that it's easy to reduce, because you can literally just mix it down, you know? But yeah, I stopped pretty abruptly on that as well. Yeah, I've had to like leave my e-cig in my car, or like in the bathroom, you know? I'm like, get like, if I'm just sitting here, I'm just, it's like, I was like, if I had not quit, I'm like, I'm going to give myself a serious problem. So I don't know the science about it, about weed being addictive, right? I will say that I don't know if it's that weed is addictive, or if like people who smoke weed are smoking because life isn't worth living, like life sucks, and they need it to like be able to cope. And life doesn't stop sucking when you quit smoking weed. Like, life actually feels a lot more like it's like, I guess people like smoke to like dissociate, kind of. That's the impression that I get. Is, yeah, that it's not a physical addiction, it's that it's like your emotional and mental release. But as opposed to like heroin, which like you will have like cold sweat fevers in the process of detoxing, you know, like, or like alcohol, where like if you have serious sudden withdrawals from alcohol, you can like have medical complications that can kill you, you know. There's not that aspect with cannabis, but I do think that it is possible for a substance to be psychologically addictive, I guess. But is like, yeah, there's like a thin line, I think, between like, is this thing like psychologically addictive, or is this thing like making capitalism livable for you, you know? Like, not sure. Anyway, we gotta pick a video. I need this to move over here. Thank you. And then this. Where's my chat? Give it back. Give it. Vidya. Vidya. Who is this? Montserrat Caballe's 89th birthday. An opera singer, presumably. Interesting. Everyone get your React Harders ready. Well, you can't criticize me because it's my own video. So if I just sit there and react harder not enough, then it's my own. Okay, let's see what we got. We gotta go with something like a little bit older, you know. We don't want to look at anything like too recent, and it also can't be like too long, you know. Has everybody here seen my bi-lesbian video? Because I think that video slaps. Like, it slaps so hard. Yeah. Because if a lot of you have seen it, then I don't want to, Here, let me change the stream title. Okay. Change the stream title. Okay. React to your old gender tag video? Oh, man. I think I did, like, more than one of those, even. God, that was ages ago. Yeah, let me... Okay. Oh god, I forgot about some of the like the existence of some of these videos. So I have a gender tag video from 2015. That's 15. It's about 16 minutes long. Where I answer those questions, and then the gender tag take 2 I did in 2016. Why did I think doing another one like only barely a year later was a good idea? So those are. Maybe because I was like, oh, I feel like some stuff has changed, because that was because I have like a pretty decent amount of time on testosterone between those two events. I don't know. Oh god, oh, it's 9:30. Okay, that makes sense. It's Tuesday, ain't it? Come back. Ah, yes. I don't know if I want to react to that. I feel like that would be a little bit too cringe. Like, that's too old. Maybe I'm just weird. Where am I? I'm just scrolling through my own videos, and the only reason that it's not on screen is because there's a bunch of shit in here that's unlisted. I know, it's so old. I'm kind of curious about your non-binary bathroom video. Small Luxander, true. I think I'm a furry, true. There's gotta be, like, a good middle ground between, like, too recent and too old and cringe. Don't think I've seen the non-binary bathroom vid either. That one's just kind of like, it's just like my journey from like, oh, I was assigned female, so I used to use women's restrooms, and then as I've transitioned, like, here's how I've started addressing that differently, basically. Oh god, how to deal with disappointment was so funny. Oh my god, I think I'm so funny. Yeah, my non-binary relationship with public bathrooms. Yeah. Who else made the video? Someone else made a video talking about bathrooms. Who was it? Oh, Celeste. Ah, okay. React to Packer review, true. The first gender tag VOD was before your 100 subscribers video. That's true. God, that was such a long time ago. Rehabilitating sexual identity. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a great video, actually. That's a good one. Perfect. Okay. Hey there, I've got that loaded up. Stop. Shush. Shush. Quiet, you. Okay? I'm gonna get a bowl of chili. And then we will react to my own video. Sound good? Look at that smooth-skinned baby face. I actually don't know if I'm actually that smooth-skinned or if that was, like, just the camera. There we go. Okay. Beep, beep. The baby looks true. Yeah, I might make... I don't know if I'll make content on the atheist community stuff anymore. Yeah, let me get a bowl of chili. All right, chili. Okay, I'm back. Chili is soup. Discuss. Need the headphones. Yeah, the how not to be a bad retail customer. Retail workers get treated like crap since COVID started. Yeah, it's so good that I cannot, that I don't work retail now. I quit, like, what was it, like 5 months before COVID? Something like that. Yes, Baby Lux staring into the soul. Is chili soup or stew? I don't know, is stew soup? Is there a thickness distinction there? I'm not totally sure. Kind of like getting the chili like all ready. Hide your soul, hide your wife. True. Got the good, the Ritz crackers. Delicious. Okay, we'll start there and see how it goes. Chili is a soup and sometimes a sauce. True, it is sometimes a sauce. Like when you make Frito pie. Alright, let's listen to Baby Lux and see what that little weirdo has to say. Hey there, Internet. My name's Luxander, and today I want to talk about a certain term that I think is being misused a lot that could possibly be rehabilitated into something that makes sense. You've seen the title already. Basically, there's this term that gets used when people who are outside of the trans community are talking about trans people and our identities, and I think that this is a very silly term, and I don't like it very much, but I do think that it could have practical applications in other ways. The term is sexual identity. This is basically one of the clearest hallmarks that a person is not actually involved in any way with the community. It's a very external term that's used to describe our experiences. I don't know a single trans person who describes their internal sense of gender as their sexual identity. I suppose... Yeah, the hair is super different. I mean, functionally, like, it's the same haircut, but just longer. Like, I still, like, that's even after I started changing. So my hair naturally parts on this side, but I push it all over here. And so this was after I had changed my hair part, but it just, like, got longer, and then I started putting it in a ponytail. This is actually pretty close to when I started being able to get it into the ponytail. It is also the same color as my hair now. I just am not dyeing the roots, and also the lighting is different. Yeah. I will begin by saying I don't entirely want to knock the term sexual identity in the way that it's been used to describe gender identity, and listen, I don't even like the phrase gender identity. Many other activists have put it this way before me, but essentially, it seems to me that cis people get to have a gender, and trans people get to have a gender identity. It's just a phrase that really makes things seem frivolous. I don't like using the phrase gender identity either. I think sexual identity is even more silly than that, but I just want to acknowledge really quick that that's where my hang-ups sort of begin with this. And then when you go into saying someone's sexual identity, it sounds a lot like what you're conveying there is like a sexual orientation, because the term sex obviously can be used to describe a person's biological, physiological, whatever, but also pronouns can be used to describe a certain type of interaction also a big between different people. Now, for a lot of trans people, there is an aspect of interacting with your gender that involves having an identity about your sex, because gender and sex always have a relationship to one another, even if they don't, like, if your assigned sex doesn't correlate with your internal gender. And for a lot of people, coming out as trans and going through a transition process can involve really feeling like your sex has changed or is changing. So basically what I'm getting at there is that I don't think that the term sexual identity as it's being used is necessarily 100% wrong. It just is a confusing term, and a term that I find silly, and again is a very clear marker that someone is not informed by people from the actual community. So I think it's confusing and a misleading term. So I have this idea that I've had for a while that could it could be a useful word. It could be a useful term, maybe, in other circumstances. It's also entirely possible that the thing I'm about to say is really more a non-binary thing, a non-binary experience than it would be for binary trans people, but you know what, I'll just tell you, and then you can tell me what you think. Oh true, should I not, like, talk over myself at the same time? Should I make sure to pause so that there's not, like, it's not like feedback? A hypothesis that, particularly for non-binary people, there might be another aspect of your identity as it relates to your gender and the sex that you engage in. Essentially, my thought process is that a trans person has a way that they present themselves in each part of their life, okay? And if you are transitioning in a binary way, that includes dressing a certain way, perhaps taking certain hormones, going by a certain type of name, all of these things which have been coded as the opposite gender to the one that you were assigned at birth. Also, as a part of the way that you interact with the world and how that changes, a binary transition would probably also include, essentially, having one type of way that you interact sexually and moving to the opposite way that you interact sexually. Someone who's having a binary transition might, for example, be a trans woman who, before she came out, would use her given organ to penetrate, and then as you transition, you change the way that you interact in a sexual dynamic to perhaps being penetrated instead. There are some trans women who continue to enjoy penetrating as they have come out as a woman, and they don't find that, like, denigrates their womanhood in any way. And, you know, there's an opposite, corollary for trans men. You might start out being penetrated and then find after you've come out and transitioned that you prefer to penetrate, but there are some trans men who continue to enjoy the penetrative use of their parts. For a non-binary person, the gender presentation that you take on can change in different circumstances. So, like, maybe you go to prom or something, like adult prom, and you decide that that's an instance in which you want to wear a dress, or that's an instance in which you want to wear a suit, and maybe when you go home to your parents, you might dress closer to your assigned gender so that you can minimize those, like, difficulties. I don't know what that means. I wish I knew what that meant. Technetium are involved with that. Or maybe professionally, you have your gender this other particular way, and then maybe when you're with your friends, you have, like, your more authentic presentation, whatever that may be for you. So if, for a binary person, all of these different things tend to line up in a certain binary way, I'm going from this set of behaviors to this set of behaviors and presentation, then maybe a non-binary person would have different presentation. Oh, there's a lot more like this. Yeah, true. That's true. It's also different when I record, though, than when I stream. Like, the difference that you would have to point to would be, like, what's this video versus the R-word video most recently, which even that might not be a good example because it's a more serious video, but, like, I don't know, I just am different. I gesticulate differently when I'm recording in different circumstances, perhaps including in sexual encounters. So what if the term sexual identity could have actual utility in describing how you prefer to be in bed as compared to how you prefer to present your gender in other contexts? Instead of being a term to describe how you identify your sex, it would be more a term to describe how you want to behave in a gendered way in the context of having sex. The example that I would like to use here is essentially if you have a non-binary person, and it doesn't matter what gender they were assigned at birth, if they have, like, an interaction with a particular gendered partner, they might want to inhabit a sexual identity that sort of matches in a particular way. So maybe a non-binary person would be the more submissive partner with a man if you wanted to recreate a sort of dynamic there, or maybe they could be more dominant when they're having sex with women, or they could queer those roles by having, like, what would be a gay interaction with either a man or a woman, like typically following patterns that are more akin to this expectation and this expectation. This seems like a good place to take a break. I've been hyperfixating on cutting out a big stencil since the start of the trans mask panel. Yeah, it's good to take breaks. Is this making sense? The video? representation. And because you're non-binary, you can kind of just morph between and, again, do whatever you want with your gender presentation, but this time in the context of sexiness. I'm not really sure what words we would use to describe a person's sexual identity if we're using the term in the way that I'm proposing. There are kind of already existing terms to describe your behavior in sex, if not your, like, identity in sex. Like, you know, you've got top, bottom, like, those kind of terms to describe your role. But I'm just sort of proposing the concept that maybe we could have language to describe the way that we want to interact in bed if there is not, like, a clear set out path for how you want to interact. Like, if you were born with this particular sex organ and people say that it's supposed to be used in a certain way. So, I think I'm, like, not... there's still, like, 2 minutes left in this video, so maybe I'll make the point a little bit better. But the point that I'm making is not that we need a gendered term to describe your role in terms of being penetrated or not. I'm not explaining that part super well. I don't mean, like, a non-binary person might want to recreate a heterosexual thing with a man so they are penetrated, and that would be their sexual identity is to be penetrated. What I mean is, like, the way that you interact with a person's body is different. I'm definitely going to upload it to the main, or to the VOD channel. I'm not sure if the panel is going to be, I'm not sure if that kind of content is going to work by itself on the main channel, but I will put a VOD out. But so you, like, interact with people's bodies differently, and you present yourself differently. Like, maybe this is something that is, like, really hyper-specific to a non-binary person, but, like, I mean, like, there are times, like, if you are having sex with a trans woman and you want her to feel like you're attracted to her in the way that you're attracted to a woman, then you, like, grab her hips and, like, touch her in ways that are, like, you're interacting with a feminine body. Like, trans woman is not going to want you to go, like, she's not going to want you to, like, grab her shoulders, like, oh, wow, big, strong shoulders. Like, she is going to be uncomfortable with that, you know? Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about, more like, my gender, like, and the period of time that this video is coming from is when I was still, like, just being masculine all the time in my presentation in the world, you know? Like, I didn't go out in public wearing dresses very much here, so I was like, and I was working in public, so I was always having to be that male role. So I was like, in my life outside the home, I inhabit, like, a male role, and then when I'm at home just doing whatever, like, it's kind of just nothing. There's no gendered whatever. In the bedroom, like, my role, like, not only, like, my role as top or bottom, but, like, my way in which I present myself and want to be interacted with in a gendered way is feminine. So that's kind of what I'm trying to drive toward here. That, like, when, like, in sexual situations, like, I was like, I'm not trying to have, like, someone, like, grabbing my shoulders, you know, and, like, being interested in my body in the way that people are interested in male bodies. Does that make any sense? Which is why it's tricky to be attracted to me. If you're like, oh, wow, Luxander's so hot, be my boyfriend, I'm gonna be like, no. No. Had that happen before. Like, don't call me your boyfriend, are you fucking kidding me? Like, oh my god. By people only, true. But yeah, so I was just like, this video is just me saying, like, this term sexual identity is stupid the way that people use it. Like, and it just happened to occur to me that it could be a term that we could use to describe this pre-existing phenomenon that I'm describing. Like, pre-existing phenomenon is Luxander's gender in the bedroom is girl. Like, basically. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily about, like, trying to not necessarily trying to find a way to communicate that without saying, like, I want you to treat me like a girl. Like, in any situation, I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is that, like, it's kind of like you communicate, like, I think you communicate your gender to people. Like, I think that you, by the way that you dress and act and behave, like, tell people how to gender you. Like, I'm not saying prescriptively that's how it should be. Objectively, descriptively, that's how it is. The more feminine a trans woman looks, the more likely she is to be given the social role of woman by other people, right? So it's like, by being feminine or masculine in the bedroom, like, you're telling the other person how you want them to interact with your body, you know, is the idea anyway. And, like, maybe that just makes you really uncomfortable to use the body part in the way that it was meant to be used, and so you want to have a different identity in your sexual encounters. I don't know. I just think it's a really interesting thing, and I've been thinking about it for a really long time, so I thought I would toss it over to y'all if y'all have any thoughts or opinions about it. I think I mostly don't have anything else to add about the concept of sexual identity. As I said, it is not entirely wrong in what it is originally meant to describe, which is one's identity as it relates to their sex, but that's what the word gender is. The word gender is one's identity as it relates to their sex within the broader context of the cultural idea that's been set up for what your gender is supposed to be. Like, that's all sexual identity is, the identity of my sex, which is what gender is, as a description of your internal identity. So I just think that that term is a little redundant, and I would like to hear your thoughts on my proposal of how we could maybe talk about the fact that the way that you engage in sex is part of your gender expression and your gender identity. I'm really excited to hear what y'all have to say about this, because again, it's been kicking around my brain for a really long time, and I just wanted to get it out there. That's all from me today, though. If you liked this video, please give me pretty analytics to look at. And no, it's not pre-lip piercings. Nope. Got my lip pierced when I was 16. I just used to take them out. I worked retail, so I would just take them out. And I just didn't wear them very often, so occasionally I would put them in just for a minute to make sure that the piercing was in, and I'd take them back out. Yeah, fuck retail. At this point in my life, that's like one of those, like, I have, like, my self-respect is, like, too high to be a normal worker anymore. Because I'm like, oh, you're telling me to, like, remove part of my face in order to work your stupid job? But that's the great thing about masks. At my last job, like, when I was delivering food, I just wore a mask at all times. Like, you can't make me take out my piercings if I'm wearing a mask, you know? Okay, yeah, I was going to pull up another video, because I think that we can also watch the retail one. I think that's probably a good one. I enjoy that one quite a bit. I thought it was so funny. Like, the thumbnail for this one is really funny, because, like, I saw a meme. It was this guy making this really funny face. And it was like, you put the money in my hand. And so that's the thumbnail of this video. Hey there, Internet. My name's Luxander, and today we're doing something a little bit out of the... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna scooch it. Okay, now I fixed. I sometimes miss retail, but I think it's just because I miss constant interaction. Yeah, I don't miss it at all, but I can kind of see that. where it's like, oh, at least this is like it's built in. My loneliness has gotten like much more profound since I quit working like outside the home. It's definitely a lot harder to deal with than it used to be because of just not having that like daily interaction with coworkers or anybody. I need to do something to my voice to sound different from the video. True. It's funny how similar I sound. Like, I think that my, voice has finished settling since this 3 years ago, but I don't know. Pitch shift the video. Hey there, Internet. My name's Luxander, and today we're doing something a little bit out of the ordinary because I'm going to tell you some things about how you can be a good retail customer. Essentially, I spend half of my waking hours at a gas station doing retail work, and I wanted to tell you how you can be a good retail customer so that I don't have to continue dealing with bad retail customers. This is not going to solve my problem, but it will help me feel better. And like I said, most of my experience with this is in the context of being at a gas station, but I think that a lot of these things will translate over to basically any other time that you have a cashier that you're dealing with. The first one here is about the beginning of your interaction. So let's say you have gone around the store and you've gotten whatever stuff you want to buy, and you're walking up to the register. And if I, the person behind the register, say like, hey, how's it going? Or hello, you do not ignore that and say nothing or come up and immediately just say, I want this, give me that. This is an interaction between two human beings. So if I say hello, you say, apparently nothing. Cool. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. I'll go fuck myself. Thanks. Cool. No, the correct thing to do, if someone says hi, you say hi, and don't just immediately bark at them what you want from them or say nothing as you get your money together. The correct thing to do is to say hello back. American culture is kind of weird in that if someone says, how's it going, that can sort of be a stand-in for hello, so it is not always required that you answer the question. But if I say, hey, how's it going, you don't ignore the hey part at the very minimum. You don't have to tell me how you're doing, because genuinely I don't care. But please at least acknowledge that I'm a human being. Thanks. Cool. Another tip in a similar vein is that you cannot be on the phone while you're interacting with a cashier. Like, that's real messed up. It's real uncool. If you are on the phone and you find yourself needing to go into the store, it is you say hello, I say 2-pack Marlboro Red, followed by Death Glare True. It's perfectly acceptable for when you walk up to the counter to say, just 1 minute, I have to do a transaction, and put your phone down, or say, I'll call you right back. That is also a thing you can do. Sometimes you get a phone call in the middle of your transaction, and that's okay. Just, like, apologize, say, sorry, I'm gonna have to answer this. You just apologize, acknowledge that you're, like, talking to a human being. If you're having a really important conversation, I understand this happens sometimes. And luckily, some gas stations have self-checkout now for people on the phone. Oh my god, you have no idea how much better my life would have been. Oh my god, my life would have been so much better if there was self-check at the... Oh my god. If I just never had to do a times like you're on the phone with your doctor or whatever, at the very, very minimum, you have to say sorry and acknowledge the cashier. You have to, at the very minimum, show a little bit of contrition for the fact that you're doing something rude. I understand that there's priorities, but still, this is not a situation where you should just entirely ignore the fact that a person... I forgot so many things that I hate. And is offering you a service and performing some task for you. You need to at least have some respect for that fact. I'm not a vending machine. Thank you. Here's another one. I'm not a vending machine. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't work for tobacco products. True. I feel like this one's a pretty... Honestly, I bet you could set up a vending machine that scans your ID before it'll dispense. I bet you could. Easy one. Shouldn't be too hard. It's not, it's not imposing on your phone calls or anything like that. If you're using cash, and especially if you're paying with change, you put the money in my hand. You don't toss it on the counter, especially your change, and especially if you haven't counted the change. That's a whole other thing. We'll get to that in a second. If you're ready to hand me money, you hand it. You put it, especially if my hand is out. It's very... Yeah, being ignored, like, cool, I was just thinking I should go fuck myself, thanks. That's exactly, Tabaxi Bay, exactly. That was part of the motivation for me doing this video. It was that he's going like, And that's where I got the motivation for this video. Disrespectful. We're having a transaction. I'm sorry if you feel like if you're ready to hand me money, you hand it. You put it, especially if my hand is out. It's very disrespectful. We're having a transaction. I'm sorry if you feel like you are above giving money to a prole. That's fine. I don't actually care though. You need to be respectful enough to hand me the money, especially the change. Hand it to me. But getting back on that change thing, here's another one. If you are bringing in, putting it on the counter is just, I don't want to risk touching the help. True. And like, it's like, if you want, you can just drop it. That's okay too. You can drop it. But it's like it's like, I think it's have to do with like, they can't stand like handing you money. Like you have to grovel and pick it up. Like, oh, hey Christian, what's up? An absurd amount of change to pay with. Count it before you come to me, or help me count it. Do not drop a bunch of change on the counter and just like expect me to count all of it, because that's rude. Just come in prepared for your transaction. That's all I want. Another one. Don't come up to the register, tell me what kind of cigarettes you want, and as I turn around to get your cigarettes, walk off to somewhere in the store to go collect all the rest of your stuff that you were going to get. We are going to have one single transaction where you come up to my register, I ring up the stuff that you want, I get the other stuff that you want, we do it all at once. Do not do a drive-by to get me to just, oh, yeah, you just grab that while I go do this. No, I have other customers in the store, I have other stuff I need to be doing. I'm not going to stand up there with your cigarettes and wait for you to get done shopping so that you can come back. Do not do that. You're trapping me at the register, and I don't appreciate it. It's also not really polite. Yeah, I forgot about that one. I didn't like that. Some people are underbanked, but also change is a pain in the ass. Like, the problem was that people would just, like, stare at me and wait for me to count, like, $10 in change. Like, $10 in fucking, like, dimes and nickels and all kinds of other shit, you know? Like, it was just that what I would end up doing, actually, here's a huge tip. If you have one of those things that you weigh the coins, like, you don't actually physically count all the coins, but you weigh them, I would just be like, okay, listen, I'm just gonna, like, here's all the dimes, I'm gonna put them in this little cup, and I'm gonna weigh the dimes. Cool, now I know how much money in dimes that was. Like, it saved me time. But yeah, still didn't like this. But people would just, like just drop change and be like, this is your problem now. Like, Jesus. Right for you to kind of yell what you want from halfway towards me as you're walking up. Like, first of all, you're skipping the hello part, which we need to do first to honor the tradition of the interaction, and it's just you're yelling at me from halfway across the store. Don't yell at me from halfway across the store. This is another one. If you are over by the coffee area or the sodas and we're, like, out of tea or something like that, be a damn human being and walk up to my register, or at least close to the register, and say, like, hey, excuse me, there's no tea, could you make more tea? Do not shout at me from all the way across the store about how there's no tea. No tea. Don't do that. If you're buying... That was genuinely an interaction that I had. This lady was just like, no tea! No tea! She was trans. Buying a restricted product, and I ask for your ID. Don't get an attitude about it. My job is to enforce the law in that particular instance, and I do not want to get arrested or fined for you. Do not give me attitude if I ask for your ID, and if you don't have your ID, don't try to make up a bunch of excuses. It's not legal for me to sell to you if I've asked for your ID and you don't have it. I'm gonna just take a moment to do, like, a little tiny PSA here, because I think a lot of people don't know this. It is federal law, if you're buying cigarettes at the very least, that you must look 27 or older, or I have to ID you. It's not like, I think you're underage, I have to ID you. No, legally, if you look under 27, I have to ID you. I've had people ask me, like, oh, do I look like I'm under 18? Oh, this is a gripe that's very specific to the environment of being in a gas station. If you are coming inside to prepay gas, or if you had some kind of problem, or if you need a receipt on the pump that you were on, look at the pump number before you come inside. If you looked and then you forgot on your way in, I'm not going to have a problem with that. But if you simply refuse to look, I don't understand. I just yeah, Technetium. Or if they just try to tell you their birthday, I'm like, that's not how this goes. In some states / for certain products, you have to every time. Yeah, some places have a point of sale system that like just won't continue the transaction until you scan an ID, and I think those are good. I think that's the only way to reasonably do this. And the other thing too, like that's the only way to take the to prevent animosity toward the cashier, because if the cashier says it's company policy, or even it's not legal for me to sell this to you, they could still like get pissy with you. Whereas if you say like the transaction will not go forward unless I scan your ID, then that's like you cannot blame me for that. Like that has nothing to do with me. Most places I go, the cashier will just put their own birth date when I have alcohol. Yeah, I definitely did that before. Actually, that might have been the go-to for me. Like, if I had a regular, I'm like, well, you're like 40, I know you. I work in pizza and can't stand it when they wait till the transaction is done to ask for dipping cups of ranch. We've charged extra for dips for well over a decade, right? True. The worst thing is where you say it's company policy, then they call over the manager and the manager does it for them anyway, so you look like an asshole. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. Oh wow, it's real windy outside. Oh, this was always really frustrating to me. Or if the manager is just like, well, you just do it. I'm like, some of the times that would happen and I would be like, I've literally been at this company longer than the manager who's telling me to break company policy, So whenever there were one of those, I would be like, you finish the transaction. I'm not doing it. Just don't get this one. Here's a quick one. Do not try to break a $100 bill at a gas station. Gas stations like mine get robbed on a fairly regular basis. They are required to keep the amount of cash in their drawer below a certain amount so that a lot of the time you cannot break a $100 bill. It would wipe out the whole drawer, and it makes me feel like a huge dick to have to tell people all the time that I don't have the money to break it. Go to a bank. Thanks. I think I'm finally running out of things to complain about. However, I will also add, and I will wrap this up here. Yeah, you literally just made me watch a 4-hour training video, then to have you tell me to break the rule to please this one asshole. True. Oh, my nose. Here, that you should not hit on someone while they are working. I say this because I have several girl, female, woman employees, coworkers who are pretty consistently receiving creepy comments from dudes. Don't hit on people in the service industry. Don't touch them without permission. Don't make sexual comments about them. Be a decent human being. I think a lot of this can be fruitfully wrapped up with just be respectful of the fact that you are having an interaction with a human being. Have a little bit of consideration for the stuff that they are going through, how difficult and fast their job is. Don't take up a bunch of their time, and just generally don't treat them like they are below you simply because they work a job that seems to you to be menial labor. I may be replaced with a vending machine robot thing at some point, but for the time being, I am still the one who is providing you a service which is, at this time, kind of essential to the functioning of society. What would you do without me if your credit card wouldn't work at the pump? People in retail have really hard jobs. You should be considerate of the fact that they get paid less than a living wage to do something that is still very important to the structure of society, important to the structure of your life. Please respect the fact that we do have expertise within our own stores and with the different things that we all have to interact with together. Our job does require skill. At the very minimum, we have to be able to handle you all day. Yeah, there's some tips about how to be a good customer in retail, or at least how not to be a bad customer in retail. I really hope that you enjoyed this video. Thank you for letting me get some things off of my chest. If you did like this, yes. So that's the kind of content that I was making in like 2019, 3 years ago. That's what I looked like in 2019, 3 years ago. No, come back. Get over here. I mean, you can subtly pass them your number, but not flirt with pressure in their workplace. I really also don't want someone to give me their number. Like, I know that, like, in the video I was, like, not talking about myself getting hit on. Because at the time, like, I was, like, trying to present as masculine and stuff. But, like, I have been a female-looking person in a retail job, and I don't like it when anyone, like, if you are, like, we're having conversations regularly, and, like, maybe, like, after a period of time, but, like, it's the delicate balance of flirting, where you're, like, the plausible deniability, as Abigail put it in one of her Philosophy Tube videos, like, that's part of what is inherent to flirting, is the plausible deniability, that you could ostensibly say that you weren't flirting, you know, because you're still trying to feel out whether the person is interested in you. Like, it's an inherent nuance to the space of flirtation. Yeah. So I guess, like, yeah, my prerogative has generally just been, like, don't flirt with people who work in retail. Like, don't try to. Like, there's been a couple times within the past year that I'll be getting, like, Starbucks, you know, I'll be at, like, the grocery store that has the Starbucks in it, and I will think, like, oh, the person behind the counter, like, the last 2 times I've been here has been, like, really really enthusiastic about it. And I'm like, either she's really good at her job or she's flirting with me, but I'm just generally gonna assume, I mean, especially because my relationship is closed right now, but, like, that she's just, you know, hope she's gonna get a tip, you know, or something. So, yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, true. Norman Garza in the YouTube chat says, I have often seen customers, equally male and female, belittle employees, usually female workers. Such boomer energy there. Yeah, people are so much more willing to, like, treat you like a fucking idiot if you are femme-seeming, you know? There's an old story at my workplace about one guy who kept calling in and asking all the female agents about their elbow moisturizing routine. Oh, God. Weirdly graphic, asking them about how dry their elbows were. Ugh. I one time had a guy call the store after I had, like, the next day, or, like, I used to work the overnight shift at a truck stop gas station, which was oh, God. For 3 years, I worked the overnight at a truck stop gas station. In retrospect, I'm like, how and why did I do that? For 3 years? Oh my God. And then I switched to the evening shift and worked there an additional year. Why did I do that? But I worked the overnight shift, and a guy came in on the overnight shift, like, asking after me, and then sometime after my shift was over, and that day, called and asked, like, when I was gonna be there next, and my assistant manager, like, told me so that I would know. I'm like, oh my God, like, I kind of wish you hadn't told me, but also, like, thank you, because that was the responsible way to help me keep myself safe. Like, I was, like, 20. I was so young. So yeah, it's not fun, like, being... I think I could work retail and have it be a little easier now, because it was hard when you're feminine. People are like, oh, you are, you know, you're a woman, so we're going to treat you like a woman, and all these bad things that follow. And then you become androgynous, and, like, people genuinely can't tell. Or you're correcting people misgendering you consistently. Like, that is so much pressure and so difficult. Like, that's one of the things that I don't know if people understand about, kind of like I think we were talking the other day about, like, disability, it's not that people who are disabled don't want to work, it's that they are forced out of traditional labor. And like, that's one of those things that I don't think people consider about being trans, is that like, there are like, not only are people like not as likely to hire you because of their prejudices, but then once you're working, if you work in a public facing role, there is like, you're being misgendered. It is like, and people are like asking you invasive questions. It was my being at a gas station all the time that made me switch to a policy of like, when a cis person says, "Can I ask you a question?" I say no. 'Cause I know, I can tell that they're about to ask me about my penis, you know, like, I can tell. At least at my job, I think most people understand that I'm working on behalf of a bigger company. With retail, you're serving them more directly, so it must be your fault. True. Yeah. I'm sure that there are cultural influences all over the place, Mersh, with people not being respected. My voice is not androgynous at all, Sag. Maybe I can practice voice training on customers, LMAO. I mean, yeah, if you're in a position where you talk a lot, try different things. Go goofy with it sometimes. Being androgynous while working retail is such a fuck. That plus horrible stim from the grocery store and being the only person working there was so blah. Yeah, there was one time that I worked with another trans person. They were significantly younger than me. And it was good. I was very like glad for it. But yeah, like that on its own is really stressful. Being misgendered all the time, dealing with people asking you invasive questions, like people still perceiving you as femme and being creepy, you know? And having to figure out how to navigate this without, like, in my mind, like, it's important to not reinforce misogyny. Like, if someone is, like, calling me a girl, I can't be like, "What the fuck do you mean you're calling me a girl?" Like, you know, I can't react like that because, like, the implication that women are so much worse than men, like, the implication that it would be such a terrible thing, you know? Like, I switched to being, like, actively, like, if I would correct people and they would be like, "Oh my god, I'm sorry," I'd be like, "Hey, like, being a woman is a good thing, you know? It's fine." I think it might be easier now because I have the option to just wear a mask. If I worked in that kind of job, I would just tell my employer, like, I am going to wear a mask. Like, for medical like, you cannot ask about my medical history. I'm going to wear a mask. So since I talk like this, I pass pretty well when I'm wearing a mask. I'm faceless on the phone, so at worst I can just clear my throat and go back to the default voice. True. Yeah, Mersh, your situation is crazy. Like, being like basically a menopausal intersex person, who is like not actively transitioning but being treated with transphobia. You work in a school of some kind, being passive-aggressively called sir instead of ma'am, getting a sneer from a female parent as I walked out of the women's bathroom at work. Are you going to have to find a different job, Mersh? Like, do you have support from administration in this position? Gayfesh, I could kind of see how your voice might be kind of feminine. And, like, I've never heard your voice speaking. I've only heard your voice in the bathroom song. I don't think your voice would read to me as, like, female. But I haven't heard your cadence, so that might be part of it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But it's like you're speaking to a beat, so I don't know if that's the same as your natural cadence. that is part of it as well, that people don't always notice that it has to do with like the rhythm and where your emphasis is. I remember trying not to say anything at work unless they indicated if they thought I was a girl or a guy and deciding what voice to use based on that. Yeah. People, like, I'm so Twinkie. People would walk up to me and then I'd start talking and it'd sound like this. And then people would be like, whoa, I did not expect you to sound like that. And I'm like, okay. Sir or ma'am whatever'd me, and I still think about it. I think I must have gotten something similar to the captain at one point. Where someone couldn't tell, and then they landed on like something like captain. I can't remember details. I'm being promoted into administration as an academic coach. Oh yeah, you did mention that. You said you were being promoted, but you thought that it was like a subtle form of punishment. Or just trying to get you out of a public-facing role. So I guess like I'm glad that they're not firing you. That would be pretty fucked up. Voice is heavily compressed, so some of the normal gender cues are harder to distinguish versus like a Discord call or recording. I hate talking to people over the phone. I can't hear anything. Like, I have some audio processing issues, and I don't love talking over the phone. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, everybody. Okay, it's been 5 hours, and I am a sleepy. I ate the chili. And, man, the chili made a mess. What is the best gender-neutral way to address someone other than just hello or hey you? I'll say, like, I mean, I use how's it going and that type of thing as a greeting. And it, like, the thing about working retail, and I'll say this before I finish wrapping up here. The thing about working retail is that you learn how to control people, through the way that you talk to them. Like, if like starting off a conversation, like what's the best way to say hello? I start off with like a very specifically like a, hey, how are we doing today? Like, gender neutral, sets it off on a good note, sets the person at ease. There's still like a lot of little things like that I learned. Like, I think part of what I had already known these things from like being socialized female and like hypervigilance from PTSD and shit like that. But like really specifically learning how to manipulate the tone of a conversation. And like, you know, if something on the computer is going wrong and the person is getting frustrated, like being able to, the amount of emotional skill that is required to do retail successfully and not get yelled at constantly and like have people be horrible to you is just learning how to capitulate to their emotions and calm them. You know, so something's going frustrating, like the thing's not working, going like, you know, just being like, again with this thing? Gosh, like, you know, it did this all day yesterday. It hasn't been doing it today. Oh, also lie constantly. Just lie. That's another way to handle customers. Like if the computer's just taking a long time to load doing something, just like pressing a couple extra buttons on there while it's not actually doing anything. Like making it seem like, oh, like this is being kind of weird, or like if it's just like locked up and being slow, just being like, oh shoot, you know, hold on, let me just okay, there you go, just lie. Oh my god, anything to get you out of my face as soon as possible. I'm a cashier's best friend because I used to work retail IT, so they were my customers, yeah. I saw something online about someone who told every customer, today is my first day, I'm still learning how to do stuff for 2 years. Oh my god, that's fucking brilliant. Oh my god, that's so smart. That's so smart. Okay, yes. thank you everybody for hanging out. Sorry for the stream fucking up right at the beginning. The power flickered on and off, but thankfully it only happened once. That was very good. We only lost power once. Praise Jesus. All right. I hope that you all have a great rest of your day or night, whatever time it is, where you are. And I am planning to meet again with you on Thursday. I will let you know in the Discord if I determine after getting done with trauma therapy that I am not in a good headspace to do the thing. So we'll see you later this week, probably. Bye.